Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, January 11th, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation strategy in the matter of a charge of prohibited practice to the Department of Labor Relations by the Brookline Police Union. We will reconvene an open session at the end of the executive session at approximately 5:30 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Please lock the meeting. Good evening. Welcome back to the Select Board for our Tuesday, January 11th, 2022 meeting. We have a bunch of announcements and updates, so I will try to quickly go through what I have. I wanted to announce that the town will have its first of 3 Housing Production Plan Community Forums on Wednesday, January 26th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. The purpose of this first meeting is for our consultant team to report the results of the housing needs assessment that began in mid-October 2021 and to ask meeting participants about other housing needs that they believe Brookline's new housing plan should address. The forum will be hosted on the Zoom platform. Please visit the town's housing production plan webpage for more information and to register for the event. Another update, I've seen some email traffic. I just want to say something about the ARPA funding agenda item that appears on our calendar this evening. This agenda item is only about testing and other items proposed by the Advisory Committee on Public Health. This is not going to feature the entire community-driven process as overseen by the Brookline Community Foundation. That will be discussed at a later meeting once we get a report from the foundation on the results of that process. Tonight is about response. The future meeting will be about recovery. The other thing that I'm getting emails about is an agenda item that appears tonight on a proposal to reconfigure the Climate Action Committee. We will not be voting on that agenda item tonight. We will only be entertaining a proposal. Mel, I think you have 2 announcements, one on Hancock Village and one on AMP Energy.
Yes, bear with me for one moment.
Of course. And then if other members have announcements, just use your hand raise feature so that I will call on you in that order. Mel, is it okay if Bernard and John go first?
Sure, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Bernard first and then John, and then we'll come back to Mel and then Raul. You're muted, Bernard.
Sorry. I just want to announce that next Monday is Martin Luther King Day. And as every year, we have a big Martin Luther King celebration event. For many years, it's been held at the Coolidge Corner Theater, but of course, this year, we were unable to do that. It will be a virtual event. But let me tell you that it is going to be a great event. January 17th, beginning at 3 p.m., it will be live on tape, as Colbert sometimes says. The keynote speaker is really quite a great speaker. It's Robert Sy. He's a law professor at Boston University, and he's going to talk about voting rights and the struggle for voting rights and a lot of the aspects of that I think people typically don't think about. You know, because it's virtual, I've actually seen his presentation, and let me tell you, you will really, really get a lot out of it. He's a great speaker, and his presentation is very well organized and very, very powerful. Of course, we also have you know, poetry segments. Since I've been chair, I've been trying to incorporate poetry into our events. And this year we have Reggie Gibson again, who you're going to love because he has an original poem that is going to knock your socks off. Let's put it that way. It's really great. And I sent around to people a performance that he's doing that's being broadcast nationwide to give you an idea of the energy behind Reggie Gibson if you haven't seen him before. We're also going to have what I think is also great, our poet laureate, Jennifer Barber, who's very, very good. And I was able to find an archive of poetry written by civil rights activists during the voting rights and other campaigns in the South that are available. I mean, they're copyrighted, but they're available for nonprofit and educational purposes. And she's going to read a poem that is really quite incredible, written by an actual activist in the field in Mississippi, following a violent attack by the Mississippi Highway Patrol on a organizing rally. And the conclusion of the poem really will make you appreciate the courage and the incredible work of civil rights organizers in the midst of a terrorist situation in Mississippi and elsewhere. So, I urge you to tune in on Monday. You can get access to the event beginning at 3 p.m. From the Diversity Office's webpage. And there'll also be links there for watching it after the live on tape performance. So I'm looking forward to what people think of what I think is a great program this year.
Great. John, and then Raul, and then we'll circle back to Mel.
Okay, I have two announcements, and before I do, I just wanted to recognize that our colleague Bernard Green has been doing the program for the Martin Luther King Day observance for a few years now, and he puts so much into it. So Bernard, thank you. I'm a big fan of it. My only regret is it won't be at the Coolidge Corner Theater, but 2022, 2023, excuse me, for sure. I'm going to make that prediction. So the two announcements. One, I am making a little bit of a name for myself as the person who most frequently mentions the Boston Marathon at meetings of the Select Board. There's a reason, and that's because of Team Brookline. And Team Brookline, once again, will be running the Boston Marathon. We'll be doing fundraising for very, very worthy Brookline organizations. And the Boston Marathon is, in fact, only a few months away, even though we just had one in October. So 2022 Boston Marathon, Team Brookline has a few spots left, underline few, not too many. And for anybody who's dreamed of running the Boston Marathon and wants to do it for Team Brookline and raise some funds for some very worthy Brookline organizations, just go to teambrookline.org or just Google search Team Brookline, and you'll get the all of the information you need as to how to apply to be on Team Brookline. That's number one. Number two is that there's a blood supply emergency, and I know that people get kind of used to appeals from the American Red Cross, but this one's really, really, really serious. American Red Cross blood supply at its lowest level in 10 years. So if you've ever been in the habit of making occasional donations of blood, do it. Get back into the habit of doing it. If you've never done that, if you've never actually gone through the process of making a blood donation, take it from me. I've made a few. It's not something that you need to worry about. You'll get the care you need to do it safely, and to make the kind of a contribution that you can't put a dollar value on it. It's so important. So just do some Google searching about the Red Cross and their need for blood donations immediately, and think about making a donation if you can.
Great. Thank you, John. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. I've got a few things. I'll try to make the first two as quick as possible. One, I'm looking forward to being there for the town's MLK Day event. I'll also say there's another event earlier in the day put together by Inspo Expo and Welcome Blanket Brookline, which is called Who's Welcome in Brookline. It's 11 a.m. It's going to be on Zoom. I'm trying to find exactly where online you can find the info, but if you send me an email, I'll send you the info I have. It says, we see the "Everyone is Welcome Here" yard signs. How does it play out in practice? Join Inspo Expo and Welcome Brookline's Hadassah Margolis in a conversation on the status of immigration in Brookline. I'll be there, some other guests as well, and you can learn more about how to get involved in supporting immigrant and refugee community within Brookline. Second, just want to give a shout out to DPW, Public Safety, and all the folks that got us through that latest snowstorm, and also all the folks who work for the town who had to work outside today on a frigid day where I know most people were doing their best to not go outside unless they absolutely had to. Just a reminder, there's a lot of people who work for the town and everywhere that need to go outside during days like this. So just want to give a shout out to them as well. Lastly, we'll let you know I testified today at the state legislature. There's a big hearing around a series of bills that would make housing more fair, accessible, and affordable. One was the Tenant Protection Act, which is H 1378 and S 886, if you're interested in looking those up. That includes lifting a ban on rent control and allowing communities like ours to make sure that rent increases are reasonable and predictable. Just like the same protections homeowners get through Prop 2.5 that maintains some reasonability and predictability to property tax increases, basically providing the same protection for renters. Notably, by the way, the legislation that's out there right now that's being considered does exempt owner-occupant landlords. And so they would not be subject to these controls. It's really the idea is to go after to provide the larger units that are available for renters to have some sense of predictability and reasonability in their property so their rent increases. The other thing I wanted to say about that is that I know Mel and I and Deborah Brown, some other folks had testified, but pre-pandemic on behalf of what the town passed, which was the real estate transfer fee. And there's still enabling legislation that's out there. There's been a number of home rule petitions. I know Boston recently resubmitted their home rule petition on this because there's been a lot of action on that, which was passed through town meeting in 2019 in Brookline. I reached out to our assessor and got a calculation of what we would have brought in through if that legislation was in effect in 2020 and 2021, and that is an estimated $35 million over the last 2 years alone that we would have had to create or preserve affordable housing in Brookline had the real estate transfer fee been in effect in 2020 and 2021. So just really to put a stark number on it and maybe some urgency for the legislature to act on this and to act on things like enabling legislation around rent control and other housing policies that are going to actually uncuff our hands and allow us to actually do what needs doing to create more affordable housing in Brookline. So if you want, reach out to the legislature and your representatives, let them know that this is important to you if it is. And also amplify the voices of advocates that have been pushing for this for quite some time. And then just a final note, I think of Brookline as a community that has benefited tremendously and been enriched over time by past really terrible policies, including redlining, restrictive covenants. I think it's written that the first restrictive covenant was actually in Brookline. And so we have a special responsibility, not just to create more affordable housing, but to combat segregation as part of that. And creating more affordable housing is one of those components. And so just look forward to more partnership on this board and in the community and making that happen in the days to come. So thanks.
So I'm going to call on Miriam because she hasn't spoken yet. And then I will call on Mel, and then John and Bernard, I'll call on you. So Miriam.
And I hope I'll keep it short. I just want to for those of you who don't know, boosters have been approved for the younger set, I think 16 plus now. And you can get your boosters. The state has reopened Fenway Park as a mass vaccination site. And you can go to vaxfinder.mass.gov, put in your zip code and get your closest site. My kids have appointments, actually 12 plus for your booster, sorry, because both my kids have appointments on Friday for their boosters. It was very, very easy. I have personally been to Fenway for my first 2 shots of Pfizer. It was very quick. It was very easy. So please get your kids vaccinated. Kids can also get vaccinated at the Whitaker walk-in clinic. No appointment necessary. That's it.
Great. Also buy your Girl Scout cookies. I did. Mel Kleckner.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's two matters I want to address. The first has to do with some solar energy credits that the town is engaged in, and that's very exciting news. So we were offered to subscribe to some energy credits that were being generated from a solar project under development in Cape Cod. So we're here, right here in Massachusetts. And in this market, you have to move quickly. So working with our staff and our consultants, we decided to commit to this project. And if we can reach an agreement, we will earn approximately $1.7 million in revenue through discounts on our electric utility bills over the next several years. So in addition to the benefits that creates, our subscription will support the generation of enough clean energy to offset 2,264 metric tons of CO2 per year and reduce the reliance on fossil fuel levels right here in Massachusetts, and also advance the clean energy workforce and renewable energy investments in the Commonwealth. So we're really pleased to have that opportunity. We acted quickly, and we think it'll prove very advantageous, not only to the town's bottom line, but also being part of developing clean energy in Massachusetts and in the region. The second thing I want to report on are matters that have been going on at Hancock Village. Some of you may recall that there was an accident whereby a gas line was ruptured a few weeks ago. We took that extremely seriously and were able to engage the DPU. The DPU has investigated and determined that it was, in fact, an accident. All accidents are unavoidable, but it's not as if the dig safe wasn't followed or anything. It was an accident of a contractor actually dropping a piece of material onto this pipe. So anyway, we do have a report, and we will share that report. Last Sunday evening, just this past Sunday evening, there was a report of a fire that was coming out of the ground, essentially, in a common area. I believe it was off of Jerry Road, which is a private way. But the town did respond to that, but by the time the town arrived, that fire had put itself out, and we believe very strongly that that fire is the result of exposed underground wiring, which was very typical back in the 50s and 60s when Hancock Village was developed, probably strung wires from their street lights and other supplemental power needs. And from time to time, those wires will disintegrate, and the protection of the wires will disintegrate, and then the wires will start arcing. And that's what created, we believe, this fire. It's not necessarily unusual, but it's very alarming to me for fire flames to be coming out of the ground. So obviously the town took that very seriously, informed both Chestnut Hill as well as Eversource that they need to investigate that. I believe Erin Galentine was able to talk to the DPU, who she had previously developed a relationship with the prior incident. And our understanding was that line was no longer at risk. This morning, there was a meeting, and there was no discussion of that line being energized. And then later in the afternoon, we learned that, in fact, the line was still energized underground, and that Eversource was going to shut the power down to some of the residences there in order to take that line out of service. That's great, but on the coldest day of the year, where so many residents are using electric power to heat their homes, just seemed unimaginable to me. And so I instructed the building inspector to halt things. But ultimately, this is Chestnut Hill Realty's property, and they make the call. I had a difficult conversation with Mark Levin of Chestnut Hill, who informed me they had a different plan. As it turned out, this line was able to be de-energized without power being taken offline to the residents. So all's well that ended there. But we have a lot of follow-up to do, and I think the residents of Hancock Village and the neighborhood really need to understand what's going on. I have a memo that has been developed by the DPW commissioner, the building commissioner, and the fire chief, which is being finalized, and I'll share it with you. It's a public memo. I think we're happy to share it in the public, and I'll have more updates as we go forward. I will say that Chestnut Hill Realty is aware of this outdated wire and has over time been replacing it. The town has no way of knowing how much wire like that exists on private property. So in many ways, we have to rely on the owner, the developer, for handling that. Now we're aware of it, and I think you're going to see more attention given to this issue.
Thank you, Mel. Bernard, I still see your hand up, and John, you had your hand up. Not
Yeah.
sure if that was on purpose, but we have over 11 people signed up for public comment. I want to get to them, so if you can make it very brief.
Yeah, now I want to thank Raul for mentioning the Inspo Expo, and I'll let people know that they can get access to information about that through the Martin Luther King Committee's website on the town's webpage. That's it.
Great. John, did you want to make another announcement?
That was an inadvertent hand.
Okay. No worries. So let's go to public comment. I think we're going to stick to 3 minutes apiece. And the way I will shave time is by not reading aloud all of the items in the miscellaneous agenda. So if members want to peruse that just so that they're familiar, I will move it in omnibus fashion without reading everything out.
That's a great idea, and let's get to it. So thank you all for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person is speaking is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first up?
First person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Klein. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Jonathan Klein, 150 St. Paul Street, town meeting member from Precinct 10, as I understand it, soon to be Precinct 17. First of all, I'd like to thank Bernard for all the work you've done on Martin Luther King Day and the program. It really does look very inspiring. I've signed up. I plan to go, and I appreciate that. I'm going to, and I also appreciate the information about the Inspo Expo program as well. The reason I want to speak is about ARPA, and in particular the ARPA website that the town has, and express my disappointment in that website and the level of information and transparency that's available. When that website was originally put up, it was with very high hopes. It looked to me like it was going to be a very useful and important website for transparency as we go through the ARPA process. And when I went back to check it a few weeks ago, I was really quite disappointed to see that there was very little information there. And in fact, that it hadn't been updated since about November 11th. This was at the end of December. I see as of today only, January 11th, that it's now been updated. So after 2 months, 8 weeks, it's now been fully updated, or I don't know if it's fully, but it now seems to be much more up to date. And so since November, when we had about $7 million of ARPA requests, we now have $73 million of ARPA requests. So that's about $65 million of requests that have been made in the last 2 months that the public was unable to have information about until just today. So that's number one. So I hope that you will be able to update that on a more frequent basis, weekly at least, so that we are able to keep track of it. My second concern is the level of detail about the requests, which is minimal, almost non-existent. It has the name of the requester, it has the date, it has the category, and it has the amount. But it doesn't tell us a single thing about what the request is for other than the department that it's for. So, I know that, Aaron Galentine has requested $42 million for, public works, all on, December 6th and December 10th, but I have no idea what those things are.
You
And
have 30 seconds.
thank you. And I had been given the impression from the initial website that it would be much more useful, that would have links to the proposals, that we would be able to read them, would be able to evaluate them. At a minimum, I think there ought to be more detailed descriptions of what each of the proposals is, so that we have the ability as the public to understand it and then make thoughtful comments. So I hope you will remedy this situation. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck with the rest of your meeting.
The next person signed up for public comment is Danielle De Silva. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you. Danielle De Silva, I'm also a town meeting member in precinct 16 and currently the only town meeting member living in Hancock Village, which by my estimates, and these are far off because I think this is a low estimate. The low estimate is that 1.6% of the current population of Brookline actually lives in Hancock Village, which is not an inconsiderable number of people. And we have been so impacted. I'm not even sure, I may get emotional because the events of a few hours ago this afternoon have been so troubling to me. I found out that there were live wires, enough so that somebody here from Brookline was so concerned about it that he was running around, putting out tape, pulling it. It's actually over, the protection tape is over the walkways because he saw children walking home and was afraid that someone would be electrocuted. My kids were out there in the snow the other day. I walked my dog over that area. It's where I park my car. This is not the first time. We had a giant gas leak here on December 17th where diggers, I guess, I know there's an investigation. I think we're talking about it tonight, where there was a huge gas leak. You could smell it almost a mile away. We were never properly informed about what happened. I actually know I called the police department and found that someone came into my house to check to see if we were okay and if there was gas in our house. I only know that they also brought in my Amazon package, which I thought was a nice touch, but I know that because the police department told me because I called. I would never have known that anything had happened in any other way. This project needs more oversight. I don't know whose responsibility it is. I keep hearing it's Chestnut Hill Realty, it's private property, it's Brookline, and Brookline's responsible for it. It's public utilities. Somebody is going to be really hurt or someone is going to die. And I'm not exaggerating. Somebody could have died. We had a literal fire erupt in our front yard. There's also been continual problems with raw sewage. These are things that I have documented just myself, just in my little area. So I know that there are bigger ones. I've had to call the arborist to come in because giant chunks of trees that were formerly healthy were falling on my patio. We have tons of groundwater problems that didn't exist previously. This relates to the electrical system. People here are not feeling safe. We're a considerable number of people in Brookline. We represent one of the most diverse areas in Brookline. We're probably one of the most socioeconomic diverse neighborhoods in Brookline.
30 seconds.
We need support, and someone is going to be responsible, and we need someone to be responsible for our health and safety. I no longer feel safe. And that is the case for most of my neighbors. And they talk to me about this because they know I'm part of town meeting. So something needs to be done. We need a liaison committee. We need construction to be stopped until we figure out what's going on. But something needs to happen because this is insanity. And I encourage all of you to just come walk around and look at what the property looks like. There's so many places where people could be injured. And this is a direct pathway to the Baker School. So hundreds of children walk through this property every day on their way to Brookline Public Schools.
You've reached 3
Please
minutes.
help us.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carolyn Thrall. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Danielle. And I think you're going to be hearing more about Hancock Village. Sorry to keep bringing this up. It's not because we don't like Chestnut Hill Realty. It's not because we don't like the project that's going on.
Karen, it looks like we lost you. Give her a second, see if she gets back on.
Yeah, maybe turn off your video.
Devin, maybe we can try going to the next person, and when Carolyn's got things figured out, we can just allow her to restart.
The next person signed up for public comment is Laura Baines Walsh. You've been promoted. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin. You will need to unmute.
There you go. Hi, I'm Laura Baines Walsh, and I am also a town meeting member from Precinct 16. This evening, I'd like to read to you a letter that a member of Hancock Village has written and has given me permission to share. I live at Hancock Village, and there have been near daily gas smells. There was an underground fire this weekend and other calamities related to the National Grid utility upgrade on Jerry Road in conjunction to the construction of multiple multifamily residences on the property in an occupied residential area. I am wondering whom at the town will finally form a task force to keep Brookline residents apprised, get involved, or at least make record of the dangerous conditions. Many Brookline residents who live in Hancock Village are faced with and are living under the peril of threat of life and limb by simply residing in an active construction zone. The announcements coming from Enhancing Hancock Village, the Eternal Public Relations for CHR, are admonishing, threatening, and in many instances have a downright contemptuous tone. Outages are more often reported by tenants to the property manager than the other way around. Announcements regarding utility outages and other disruptions to the quiet enjoyment are often with little or no notice. For example, today, residents were informed by email at 12:35 that their electricity would be shut off, quote, this afternoon or evening. The town claims that they are providing proper oversight. However, there are no police details at a crosswalk where utility work was being performed with large machines and deep holes on Jerry Road, opposite the tennis courts and the entrance to the horse sanctuary, within feet of where children would have come from Baker School. We have had to call emergency services many times to report the smell of gas and are told routinely that there's nothing to be concerned about. There was a fire in our common area with no communication to residents about the cause or any other detail. There is simply very little regard for our well-being by the property owner. May we kindly then rely on our own town government to advocate for the safety and well-being of Brookline residents at Hancock Village?
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
The next person signed up for public comment, Carolyn Thrall. You want to give it another try?
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm directly connected now, so it shouldn't cut out. I think I froze when I was in the middle of saying thank you to Mel for the update, and I am glad that recent events are getting some attention. I have come before this board a few times, I think, in the last 2 years, asking for a neighborhood liaison group to be set up to try to be more proactive. This is a massive, massive project. It's going to create lots of housing. That's terrific, but it's hundreds of thousands of square feet right smack in the middle of where thousands of people live. We need more oversight from the town. We're always told that oversight is happening, but the recent events, I think, can tell you that something is wrong there. It's very messy. And then I did want to just say the notion that sort of comes back to us often, that it's private property and therefore the town can't do anything. With all due respect to folks who've said that, that's ludicrous. This is a town. We are governed by our bylaws and regulations, and we're governed according to health and safety codes. You're the government. All the people who work in town hall are the government. We have a building department that issues permits. The permits are meant to ensure that our bylaws and regulations or code are adhered to, and to ensure the safety of well-being and the well-being of people, whether they're on private property or public property. The bylaws and government's responsibility to the health and safety of its citizenry doesn't stop at a property line. When there was a fire, the fire department came, thankfully. When there was a gas main broken, the fire department came, thankfully. Thankfully, they didn't stop at the property line just because it's private property. They did their jobs. So I really have to ask whether anybody can say with a straight face that this town's building department, health department, any department, you have no jurisdiction over what's going on at a huge permitted construction project. Our building commissioner's signature is on the permits. I know CHR is influential.
You have
They're
30 seconds.
influential. Thank you, Devin. Maybe they have more influence than the thousands of people who live at Hancock Village. But I appreciate some start to taking this more seriously. We need some correction and oversight, and the tenants need a voice. Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Judith Leichner. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Judith Leichner. I'm a town meeting member in precinct 16. I'm going to read to you 2 letters that came from residents of Hancock Village, many of whom would like to speak but have some concerns about doing so. The first, I'm a healthcare professional currently serving at a hospital along with medical area. Many of the patients I treat are from Brookline, who are presently facing the scourge of Omicron outbreaks. I'm a resident of Hancock Village and would like to share the risks and challenges of living here. There was a risky gas leak that happened in December. Luckily, there was no fire, but the gas fumes were highly nauseating and lingered around for a very long time. The leak could have serious health issues if it had happened while people were asleep and could not be evacuated. There was a fire caused by electric wiring in our front yard. The yard had two feet of snow. Our kids play in the yard. It could have been perilous. The digging in our backyard lasted for several days. There are no lights in the backyard, and the open trenches and uneven ground had the potential of causing grave injuries. I work in 16-hour night shifts. It's impossible to rest peacefully because of loud construction work. Even before the sidewalk to Baker School was closed, activity around the sidewalk was extremely risky. There were big open trenches, cranes lifting heavy poles and beams, water pipes and wet cement. It was too close to comfort as kids walked, just 2 feet away from these hazards. There was no supervision. The activities did not stop while children went and came from school. The construction has led to dust that contains cement. It's evident when the dust settles on the cars. It's hazardous for people with allergies and asthma. The situation deteriorates with every passing day. We deserve safer living conditions. Second letter, given these 2 incidents, I feel increasingly unsafe living next to the construction. This has now gone beyond annoyance and discomfort. We're talking about danger. We do need additional inspections and other systems in place to prevent anything like this from happening again. We also need honest and thorough communication. No details were shared by CHR regarding what happened with the gas leak, and no information was shared regarding last night's electrical fire. We need to know what went wrong, who was responsible, what steps will be taken to prevent these things from happening again. And you may ask why these people aren't speaking themselves. This is part of their leases. Page 3, section 17, prohibited conduct.
30 seconds.
You, your occupants or guests, or the guests of any occupants may not engage in the following activities, injuring our reputation by making bad faith allegations against us to others. So people are afraid. We have, as a group, have asked for a neighborhood liaison committee for over 2 years. We urge you to have one of you be willing to set up this neighborhood liaison committee. The amount of distress, fear, and confusion in our neighborhood is palpable, and we need some help in terms of getting something that will alleviate this. Thank you very much. I hope you will act on this.
The next person signed up for public comment is Natalie Alinos. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Natalia Linos, town meeting member for Precinct 6 and also member of the Advisory Council on Public Health. I'm also an epidemiologist working on the COVID response. So the current surge by the Omicron variant has really caused an unprecedented number of infections. Indeed, the wastewater data suggests that we're at a 10-fold higher level than January last year, which was in the surge. I'm hopeful that we are reaching a peak, but I'm so happy that the Select Board is looking into releasing emergency ARPA funds today. I will read a few excerpts from a note that was sent by the chair of the ACPH to you, and then add a few of my personal comments. The Advisory Council on Public Health is in full support of the Health Department's request for immediate funding for COVID-19 PCR testing sites and rapid home tests. Our best tools for control at this stage of the pandemic are vaccination, including boosters, access to testing, and supportive public health measures, especially masking. Additional high filtration KN95 masks that are now recommended are not mentioned in the budget, but would benefit the community and help close an equity gap for those unable to afford them. So our recommendation is for the 200,000 currently listed as contingency funding be allocated to high filtration masks for both community members in highest need and for public facing town employees, for example, librarian staff. In addition, the current allocation of 500,000 for overtime for outbreak coverage should not be allocated only to one department, but should include all department staff impacted, with priority given to those at the front lines of the COVID response, including our school nurses, public health professionals, and those who are going to be engaged to respond to this ongoing surge. So while some of the resources may need to be allocated for overtime and other personnel challenges, we should retain some of that 500,000 also for surge capacity needs, to boost contact tracing, to enable the distribution of testing kits and masks. Allow me to add a few personal notes. First is that the request from the health department is really the bare minimum to get us through the next 5 to 10 weeks. This is not the full ARPA proposal. I would encourage you, as would everybody in the ACPH, to allocate the full amount. And as a parent of a student at Pierce, and I am concerned that there is no budget included for schools right now. I don't know if you have a separate process, but I know I have received the email that said that they do not have the budget to do contact tracing anymore. They do not have money for testing for test to stay, even though we know that vaccinated kids should be tested. So I urge you to add money for schools right now, especially for overtime for nurses. And finally, I would urge you to, if you move that 200,000 for masks, like I have recommended, include that same amount of flexible funding for the health department, because waiting to come back to you to allocate does not allow the health department to respond nimbly as we need them to respond. Thank you so much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Amy Takanami. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Takanami, she, her, hers, and I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 10, here to speak tonight about the COVID-19 emergency budget. First, I'd like to say that as someone who has advocated for an intentional and transparent ARPA distribution process, I also agree that a certain amount of ARPA funding can and should bypass that crucial community engagement process for approval on emergency grounds. And I want to just thank everyone involved with putting this together tonight, as it is urgently needed. However, bypassing the community engagement process doesn't necessarily mean bypassing community questioning. With that in mind, I just want to address a few questions I have about this budget. To begin, I have to question why we're only allocating roughly a quarter of this $2 million budget towards material public health and safety measures, while at-home rapid tests and public testing sites are two badly needed tools in this effort to control the ongoing surge. I think we can and must go further. We'll also need other tools in this fight, such as free and universal high quality masks. As we recently learned, not all masks are created equal, and free and universal vaccination and booster sites. I'd like to advocate alongside the public health department that some, if not all, of that 200,000 currently listed as contingency funds be used to purchase and distribute high quality, high filtration masks to those most in need, which would include low income working class residents, as well as essential workers and public facing employees. What was most concerning to me, however, was this inclusion of the $500,000 budget solely for overtime for the police department. Given that the amount involved, it's crucial that we investigate the root of this issue and ensure that we have explored all possible methods of addressing it first. The reasoning behind this request is that police officers have experienced higher rates of infection leading to sick time than other departments, thus necessitating overtime pay to cover the gaps. The question I think that must be asked then is, why are police officers dealing with greater staff shortages? And frankly, I believe that before we dedicate such a large amount to their overtime pay, we have fiscal responsibility to explore other options that are not nearly as expensive, specifically the extent to which a vaccine mandate for all public and town employees, including the police department, would effectively address the issue of staff shortages. We must have representatives of all town employees justify to the public why we have yet to implement a vaccine mandate, especially if they're experiencing such a significant staff shortage crisis that only $500,000 can temporarily rectify it. Thank you all for your time tonight and consideration, and I hope some of these questions and concerns are discussed and addressed when this budget item comes up later in your agenda. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. First bit of business, Heather, congratulations. I haven't seen you since you became an aunt. I want to make sure I get that in. And it's good to see you back in health, Miriam. So thank you for giving me the 3 minutes to speak. My comments concern a few matters, but the overarching theme is how we treat our poor people of color and elders. As we approach a celebration of MLK's birthday, I'm reminded that his life was comfortable, but he recognized and said, and I quote, "There comes a time when silence is betrayal." He also said that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. I am worried that we are not spending enough time to focus on some essential issues. When I hear about folks talking about fires, there is a community engagement, there's an information process here that's lacking. We have a department that is failing in terms of getting information out to people, critical information. And as I continue to speak, you'll see how engagement becomes an overarching overlay along with equity. It's a shame that Raul sends around the select board agenda to many of us. We can do better. We have to do better. It's an essential source of information that drives all of our success. I looked at the agenda and for a while questioned whether we are truly concerned about the impact of COVID on our residents. Much of the agenda appears to be business as usual. Where is the sense of urgency? We need our leaders to step up and move as if this were the last day for some people's lives. As some of us described years ago now, people living at BHA should not and could not be expected to live in inferior housing, but we're basically telling people that you should be staying home. We're telling people, oh, you need to have special masks, but there's no money for it. And yet I looked at that budget, and how long ago now did we say that there would be money to repair 25 of BHA's worst units? For that matter, where is the discussion among select board about this? All right, let me start moving. First line workers, that's also a matter of urgency. And then there's the emergency budget. I would ask you to carefully scrutinize it. Lastly, Mel, I like you, but I don't think that you should be making decisions about police promotions. That is a select board responsibility. And as MLK said, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Dave Gayshak. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thanks, Devin. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Dave Gayshak, town meeting member from precinct 13 by legacy and now living in 14. Speaking on two related issues. First, to join others in encouraging your approval of the ARPA funds for the COVID-19 maintenance budget, agenda item 9, and even more beyond that. As other speakers have said, as I'm sure you all already know well, town residents and staff need much easier and quicker and more reliable access to COVID-19 testing across a number of contexts, including in our schools, as well as to higher quality masks, as has been indicated, and other resources. So please, this is a critical need to use these funds immediately, and I hope you'll do so. Second, related to town staff and COVID-19 mitigation, noted, as others did, that the town administrator's proposed budget for the ARPA funds spends $500,000 on public safety personnel overtime, in addition to the $462,000 to be spent on expanding testing access. I don't necessarily question that amount on its face, because I know the COVID-19 surge is making staffing difficult everywhere, and that our dedicated public safety personnel are on the front lines in many ways and cannot fully control their working environments. I want to echo the comments made by my town meeting colleagues, Dr. Linos and Ms. Takanami, on those issues. I also want to express some concern that we as a town, similar to what Ms. Takanami raised, are not doing enough prevention on that front. It's long past time that all town staff, like all public schools of Brookline staff, be required to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19, including boosters, absent legitimate individual documented medical or bona fide religious exemptions. As I said, all PSB staff have been subject to such a requirement for multiple months now. The same has been true for all executive branch employees of the Commonwealth since August. The same is now true for all City of Boston employees under Mayor Wu's recent directive. Such a requirement is clearly legal at this point, and hopefully in partnership with our town employee unions can be enacted quickly. But I want to stress over their objections if that proves necessary. Full vaccinations, including boosters when indicated, is the single most important thing we can all do to protect ourselves and each other from COVID-19, certainly from serious illness, but even also from getting infected and infecting others to at least some degree, even with Omicron.
You have 30
Fully
seconds.
vaccinated, thank you. A fully vaccinated workforce will have fewer quarantine disruptions, fewer absences after potential exposures. Vet staff members will be less likely to be ill. They'll be less ill and better able to come back on the job more quickly after exposures or even after positive tests. They'll be at less risk of serious illness. We definitely need to support our public safety personnel and other town staff, but we need their cooperation to keep themselves and everyone around them as safe as possible. That means wearing masks consistently indoors when in the presence of others, and it means getting fully vaccinated and boosted. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll act on these important measures quickly.
The next person signed up for public comment is Naomi Switzer. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin, and good evening, everyone. Naomi Switzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. First, I want to state my support and encourage the select board to move forward on the home rule petitions that are on the agenda tonight. Critical, especially for our remote and hybrid options. We need to not go back to how we were doing things before. If there's one silver lining from COVID, it's taught us that we can bring people together in a variety of ways and different ways to increase accessibility to our town functions and meetings. So please do everything you can to move that forward for our committee structure and also for town meeting. So thank you for that. I also wanted to express my support for my neighbors in precinct 16 at Hancock Village. I'm very aware of the construction and the issues there. One of my favorite spots in Brookline is the horse sanctuary. So I've had an opportunity to observe during the pandemic. That's been one of my sanctuaries to get outside and get some time away and do it safely. And there is so much going on there. And I just want to say the town needs to be doing everything in its power to prevent any further issues happening and to keep people safe. So I just want to amplify everything that the town meeting members from precinct 16 and the residents of Hancock Village have shared with you tonight. The other thing I wanted to talk about is also the ARPA proposal that's before you tonight. And I want to just start with a huge thank you to all of the town staff for your service during this continued difficult challenge with the surge, and especially our frontline essential staff in the public health department, our first responders, our DPW staff, and there's probably many others that I don't even know about. Who are helping keep the town running and doing it in a very publicly facing way, putting themselves at risk during this surge. So big thank you for your service. And I want to amplify some of the things that some of the other speakers have said. And one is to please go bigger than this proposal. Natalia Lino said that this is part A of the public health department's request. And I would say, why wait? What else can we be doing?
30 seconds.
Can we go sooner? Please do approve everything that's on the table tonight in terms of the amount, but I also question some of the expenses and also encourage you to scrutinize them. And I'm curious, the overtime line item for $500,000. And as Natalia shared, could that be shared across departments that need that overtime and contingency staffing as we experience the surge, prioritizing our public health staff who are dealing with the COVID situation?
You've reached 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Elisa Jonas. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, Elisa Jonas, town meeting member, precinct 16. I'm here on the topic that's been covered before. I also just wanted to support David Gaishak's urging of having all employees be fully vaccinated and boosted. There's just no rational reason for not requiring that at this point. So like several other speakers from precinct 16, I've received the following letter from a resident of Hancock Village that they've asked me to read to you on their behalf. And as Judy Leitner mentioned, they do not feel comfortable reading this in person because they're concerned about retaliation. As you're aware, this past weekend, there was an electrical fire on the Hancock Village property. This fire occurred in our courtyard on Saturday, Sunday around 2:15 in the morning. We noticed a 3 or 4 foot tall fire, and it stayed ablaze for about 5 to 6 minutes. In addition, when we opened our door to get a better look, the distinct sound of electrical buzzing was coming from the direction of the fire. The fire department and police arrived on scene, and the fire department found exactly the area where the fire occurred. The fire department checked for gas and carbon monoxide levels in the area, presumably due to the fact that there was a gas line break just a few weeks ago, less than a block from the fire that broke out this weekend. As a resident of Hancock Village, these recent events are terrifying, especially with the short time frame that these two events have occurred. While the presence of the construction is an annoyance, at no time in the past have I felt my family's safety has been in danger. However, these two events, especially the recent fire in our case, has caused me to question whether we are safe living in Hancock Village. While no one was injured at either of these events, it can only be thought whether at some point in the future someone will get seriously hurt or worse, killed. I'm not asking for the construction project to be scrapped. As a resident, I'm simply asking for the town to ensure CHR takes safety measures more seriously and for more transparency regarding incidents. I would like to note that neither incident has resulted in a direct email from Hancock Village acknowledging the incident or alerting any residents of potential dangers in the area. In the case of the gas main break, residents simply received an email stating that Gary Road, the road where the break occurred, would be closed for the day. And in the case of the recent fire, residents were only told today about repairs being carried out by Eversource.
You have 30 seconds.
Nowhere in either of these emails were residents told of the incidents and whether their safety was at risk. Therefore, I implore the town to take action to require Hancock Village for more transparency and a liaison to voice the worries of residents. In addition, a halt in construction to assess the safety of the work sites and the safety of the residents who live near it should be considered. Thank you for your time, and I hope you consider my voice and those of my fellow residents on this issue. And I personally also would like to urge that there be a specific select board member who is responsible, because the accountability has been lacking in town. And I know Deborah Bound mentioned silence, and I think neighbors in precinct 16 and Hancock Village have noted the silence by select board members when there have been issues, and the issues have been going on for months. And I do appreciate John Van Scoyak's responsiveness, but I do think we need one select board member.
You've exceeded 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for comment is Julie Jett. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. My name's Julie Jetty. I'm also a precinct 16 town meeting member. And I'm also reading a letter from someone who lives in Hancock Village who said, I would have preferred to speak to you in person, but based on the experiences of past tenants, I have a reasonable fear of retaliation. So we've heard this again and again. So this individual writes, I am a resident of Hancock Village with my family since 2019, and I no longer feel safe here. Daily, we must navigate unsafe walkways, an obstacle course of construction equipment and vehicles, trenches and debris to get anywhere. For those with disabilities, it can be impossible, as I personally experienced. When we bring up issues with this work, we are simply told that this is not a project of CHR. Who is responsible for the planning, management, and oversight of this work? It seems that there is none. Last month, a main gas line was broken during construction. The only information given by CHR was an emergency email that Jerry Road was closed to traffic and pedestrians. There was no notification ever that it was fully safe to return or any information given as to what happened. This was serious enough to close the road and evacuate some apartments. What was the cause? What was the solution? Is it now fixed and are we safe? We still haven't heard anything. And then on Saturday night, a fire erupted underground in our front yard where they had been working previously, shooting feet up into the air. This is the yard where my daughter plays with her friends every day. The electrician for the town of Brookline is out there now and said that this is an extremely dangerous situation. How many mistakes must be made? Is everything okay because no one has been injured or killed yet? Is Hancock Village not a part of Brookline? Can you honestly imagine any of this happening in Coolidge Corner? Until now, my husband and I haven't spoken out. He kept saying to me, this is Brookline. They must be on top of it. Today, I ask you to make that statement true. This project must be paused and assessed by an objective third party, all aspects, including those performed by CHR employees and those of the utilities. We need people from the town of Brookline to come and physically see what is going on. And residents need to be reasonably informed about the schedule and impacts to them and confident that they and their children are safe both inside and outside their homes. And that's the end of this person's letter. But, I just want to say that town meeting members have been bringing forward issues with this construction project, and it's been incredibly challenging to figure out exactly who is in charge of what and who actually had agency to make, change to anything. And my colleagues have also been repeatedly asking for a neighborhood liaison committee to create some amount of accountability and communication between Chestnut Hill Realty, the town, tenants in the neighborhoods. And so I'd like to renew that call. And I'd also like to add, we have a number of large projects that are slated to happen in
30 seconds,
several of which Chestnut Hill Realty is involved with. And I think we need to make these liaison committees a matter of course for large construction projects. We definitely need one now for Hancock Village, and I think we're going to need them going forward. And I also just want to say that I agree that separately, I agree with my town meeting colleague, Dave Gayshock, that we do need our town employees to be vaccinated for their own protection and for everyone's protection. Thank you.
that's the conclusion of the public comment.
Okay, a lot to digest there. Thank you for everyone who made a public comment. I will try to work with my colleagues and address some of the issues that have been highlighted here tonight. So moving into our miscellaneous, I'm going to move the meetings separate from the rest of the miscellaneous. So unless there are any objections, I will move the approval of meeting minutes from Tuesday, December 21st, 2021's meeting. All those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then I will move approval of items 6B as in boy through 6R as in Romeo. All those in favor. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
R as in Raul. Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So next, Bernard, did you have a question?
No, not a question. I just wanted to say that I'd like to thank the Brookline Community Foundation for supporting the MLK event with a grant of $800 that will help us with our speakers and performers. So
great. Thank you for that acknowledgement.
Mhm.
So the next two agenda items actually are somewhat related. One is a COVID-19 update from our acting health director, Pat Maloney, and then we will be talking about that COVID-19 emergency budget. But that will be a presentation by Melissa Goff. So I see Pat Maloney, if you want to turn your video on and give us an update. And I'm not sure if you heard some of the public comment, but feel free to weave in whatever your thoughts are.
Sure. Thank you. And Pat Maloney, the Acting Director of Public Health and Human Services. I was pleased to hear the support at the public comment session. That's, as your acting health director, it's great to hear support from our community looking for us to do our job and to do it effectively. So I thank you for that. What I like to do is go through a brief presentation on an update of the COVID situation in the town and what we're doing and what we have planned. And then after that, give a presentation on the proposed regulation that we took up previously. So can you see or do we have to share this, I think?
You have to still share.
Okay.
So you hit share down at the bottom, then it'll,
Yep.
okay.
Let me get here again. I apologize. The mouse isn't cooperating for me.
Usually I have too many windows open. That's my problem.
There we go. And share this one first. Excellent. Okay, so from the beginning. Great. So this is our update, looking at our information. And as I've mentioned before, we're looking at our rates, not only for Brookline, but surrounding communities, surrounding counties. But I want to stress this because we keep getting calls again and again and emails. When is the health department going to consider, rescinding or lightening up on some of these standards? I'll tell you right now, that's not going to happen with the way the rates are going. But I want to bring to the public's attention and the board's, you can see we have a variable here from high, substantial, moderate to low. So for everyone's understanding, when the health departments in the region start seeing the rates in the state going low, that's when we can start lightening up on things. So these are part of the variables that we look at. And right now we're in high. The same as was mentioned in the early public discussion about the high wastewater rates. Again, this is another variable, an indicator that we use in public health, that when we see these rates going down, then we know we're going in the right direction and we could reassess some of these standards and requirements that we have. But as you can see, the rates of our wastewater where they're seeing COVID evidence in it is quite high. So we're not there yet. Here is the hospitalizations, and we've been hearing it in the media. They've been covering it a lot, that our hospitalization rates are they're going up, unfortunately. We have 2,900 plus of persons that are hospitalized. And of those, because we get this question a lot, how many were vaccinated? And of those, 1,200 were reported vaccinated. Were they fully vaccinated or not? I don't know. But I am hearing reports that there's persons' stays are not as long. There are many cases where the person is being assessed, they're treated for one day and released, where at the early stages, when we really had high hospital rates, people were staying for weeks, multiple weeks. It was much more dramatic. And this, I think, is also an indicator that where, people are in the hospital, but we're not seeing what we previously had noted, where persons who are in intensive care units, you can see that rate has gone down to a degree from previously. It's not as dramatic. And in addition, persons that are being intubated isn't as severe as we had previously noted. So this is kind of reflective that the Omicron variant is spreading like wildfire, but we're finding that it's not as substantial with the Delta variant, where we've had more persons in ICUs and more persons needing to be intubated. But I don't want to give out the wrong message again, because persons who are positive, exposed to a immune compromised individual or an elder person could be tragic. So that's why we still want to be diligent with what our message is. And again, our rates, and this is something you're going to hear at the end of these slides, but we're doing pretty good. We have the unique situation where we have different zip codes, so our rates are coming in, showing different areas of our town, and the 02445. You can see in total, we're just a smidgen above 90%, which is good. In our 02446, again, pretty good, up in the 90 percentile. Where we have the 02467, which is a combination of Brookline, Boston, Newton, that's where our data is a little low. And as a result, when we combine them all, we're just below the reaching 90 percentile. But I'm going to tell you what we're going to be doing to try to put that in the right direction. And this is, what are we looking at? Where we've broken records here. We're up to 820 positive reported. That's the highest we've ever had since the pandemic has started. And this is what we have to really work on. And, I'll be mentioning some of those interventions that we're doing. One of them, and boosters, getting people to attend clinics. So we now have scheduled clinics. We're having a clinic on January 25th at the Florida Riffin Ridley School. And that's going to be for not only our residents, but we're extending it to our business community. They've been asking, as you know, for the next item we're going to be talking about a revision to our regulations. The businesses in our community have been asking, can the health department help us? We're having difficulty keeping our staff staffed. Can you assist us with getting immunized boosters? So we're including them in our clinics. Then we're going to have another one on February 15th, which we don't have registration open yet, but that's coming. It'll be posted right after we do the clinic on the 25th. And then we're having two clinics for the Brookline Housing Authority, and they're going to be on Thursday the 20th and January 27th from 4 to 8. So we're excited and we're pleased that we're able to do this, and we want to do more. And after tonight's vote, it sounds like you're going to be giving the health department hopefully resources to do more in this endeavor. And also a reminder to the public, if you're going to the clinics, please remember to bring your vaccination card so we can update that. And then we're also having free COVID testing. This is something that, again, our citizens, our businesses, employees have been looking for the PCR testing. It's very difficult to get. We were able to set up 3 clinics. The first one will be this Sunday. Unfortunately, we can't predict the weather, but fortunately, we're holding these clinics where they're going to be underneath the parking garage area between Town Hall and the library. So our emergency service team is working with us with traffic flow. We're going to be having people, it's a drive-through clinic. They'll be driving through from Washington Street. We're going to have 3 tents set up inside the garage. Hopefully that'll protect everybody from the elements as best we can. And then driving out, we'll be going out through the Pierce side of the street. And there'll also be a walk-in clinic where somebody can walk in via the Harvard Street side of the Pierce School, and we'll have a tent there, also affording persons to do the COVID testing. So again, it's January 16th, this coming Sunday, the 23rd and the 30th. And you'll see this online. We're also releasing a press release tonight. So individuals could visit our webpage as well as see where links are to make the appropriate appointments. We're also looking to make bulk purchasing of the home antigen test kits. So again, tonight, if everything goes in our direction, we'll be getting additional resources to purchase more of these. The requests are through the roof. We were fortunate to get some from the state, and we've basically exhausted that. But we need more. There's a need for it. The school department needs it, our town employees and HR needs it, and our community needs it. So we're looking to put in a large order of bulk purchasing to make this available to the public. So that's basically my update on the where we stand on COVID. If you have any questions, otherwise I'll go next into our regulation.
There was one question in the Q&A asking for the definition to be clarified on fully vaccinated. Is that 2 shots or with a booster?
It's 2 shots. Right now it's 2 shots. The CDC has been hinting that perhaps in a few months, they may be going to 2 shots and a booster. But at this point, it is still the 2 shots.
Great. And I see Raul's hand is raised.
Thanks. A quick question. I know we did in the past. Are we still providing some access to boosters now for people who are homebound?
Our public health nurse has been accommodating homebound. She has a listing of who the homebound individuals are. We do it for our flu clinics and for our COVID response. So I'll review that again with her, but I know she's been accommodating people.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Miriam has her hand up.
Thanks, Pat. Thank you for that. And I don't know if I should bring it up now or later, but I definitely have some suggestions, thoughts on how some of that funding should be reallocated. One of them, of course, is the frequency and availability of the testing centers versus 1 per week. Could we manage 3 per week for 2 or 3 weeks, which, I think I wouldn't have to sell you on is especially as we're nearing our peak, probably a better way to think about using those funds. But also, I'm just wondering where we are. We had discussed, mandating vaccination for entry into businesses, entertainment, restaurants. Not businesses, but entertainment and restaurants and bars. And I don't know if I missed, where are we on that? Did I miss the announcement? I'm trying to.
It's going to be great. It's a great segue. That's my next presentation.
Oh, good. Okay. So I don't know if you want to chat now or wait till we're talking about the actual funding in terms of where some of that, where I, bringing up a lot of what we heard about reallocating some of the budget.
Well, yeah, I'd like to mention something now, and really, I think Heather or Raul mentioned this at the last meeting. Pat, what is the recommendation on masks? And at the time, there was discussion that we should go to the KN95s or the N95s, and yes, I get it. Those are better. If you remember at the beginning of pandemic. It was, don't acquire those because the medical personnel need that. They were in short supply. Now they are not in short supply. And my statement last week was, any face covering is better than no face covering. So if somebody has you know, the regular type of medical mask, that the KNs, that's good. Now CDC is hinting that they're going to say this is what they want you to see, and I think it's because I think it's because of the studies that they're finding, the way this Omicron is spreading. It's very it spreads easily through respiratory channels. So hence more filtration to cover your nasal passages and mouth. So, and it was mentioned earlier with some of the speakers, I think it would be a good idea for us to try to acquire. I know when we dispensed our test kits to the housing authority, in the packets we included a KN95 mask for all of them, and I think we're going to get into you know, supporting the masking, the higher level of masking, and we need to make sure that it's accessible to people and promote that and afford it to persons that struggle to obtain these particular products.
Well, that, and I think we need to make sure they're accessible to town staff that have outward facing, you know, who are facing the public. That's really important. So I guess I'll just go my quick points, which is obviously I would like to see more testing in fewer weeks. If we only have money for six testing days, let's say, I'd rather see 3 testing days in the next 2 subsequent weeks than 6 testing days in 6 weeks. Does that make,
you know, and we did hear feedback about that. We want to see how these clinics go, or will people attend? What we did hear from the contractor that we're doing this with, there's a lot of people who sign up and no show.
Oh, interesting.
And that concerns me because we're on the hook to have so many tests performed. We don't have to worry about that for the COVID vaccines, but for the PCR testing, that we have a certain number to meet, and I really would be so disappointed if we don't get the minimum turnout.
So I guess I would say, as long as you're flexible in ramping that up, if the turnout is as much as it seems like it potentially could be quite high.
Yes.
Because obviously, you know, this, looking at the Omicron data from South Africa, you know, and I checked with my friends who are working very closely with this data. It looks like we'll peak this week or next week. Then it doesn't make sense to be having these testing sites necessarily 5 or 6 weeks from now. We want to invest that now, but as long as there's the flexibility to change that, I think that's really what matters. And then of course, I totally agree with the high quality masks. That's a bit of a new issue with Omicron, is that we really need to address that. And then the other thing I really agree on is the 500,000 should be for all public health staff, safety related, not just public safety. So, you know, your team that's doing contact tracing, school nurses, that money needs to have more flexibility to pay for that over time. I'd really like to see that. And then I see the clinics, I think that's great. My only other question would be, do we need any money for translational services?
Yes, that's part of our larger ARPA request. It's essential. So yes, that's when we put in our full package. We put that in there specifically because that's a challenge for us with interpreting. I mean, we really struggled to get interpretive documents for when we issued our test kits to the BHA. I mean, we did it, but it was more of a speed bump for us to do that, and it should be seamless. We should be able to do it. So yeah, that's a good point. The one thing I do want to mention, where if we did, and we were discussing it with emergency service, one of the challenges if we did multiple clinics, what's nice about this clinic, it's going to be, we're looking at either a Saturday or a Sunday because we have access to this underground garage environment. To do that during the week, it's kind of challenging. So we're putting our minds together to see how could we pull that off somewhere. What environment do we have during this inclement weather to do a 5-day-a-week PCR test. That's a challenge for us. We did it during the summer up at Lars Anders, and it was great. You know, flowers and everything. We don't have that luxury now, so that's one of our challenges.
And my last little wish, and then I'll be quiet, is if, maybe a clinic, a vaccine booster clinic at the high school.
So think about it,
Sure,
Pat.
yeah,
You don't have to respond.
You don't have to respond now. Just put it on your,
Gotcha.
you know, this is the captive audience. But anyways, okay, I'll stop talking now. I think I got all of my, public health
So
nudges.
Bernard has his hand up. So before we jump into this presentation,
Sure,
I
yeah,
also
yeah,
just want to remind everyone that we will have a little bit deeper conversation about some of these budget items with Melissa in the next agenda item. So keep that in mind. The other two things that I just wanted to say quickly to Pat, there's something in the Q&A about advertising through the neighborhood associations. I can work with you offline because I used to be in one and I know most of them. And then the other thing is behavioral nudges. So a lot of organizations run into this problem when you give something away for free. People don't show up. So we can come up with something creative that makes it a little harder for them to sign up and then not show. So happy to talk to you offline
Great,
about that.
good. Excellent points. Yeah.
So Bernard has his hand up, and then we will move into the second portion of the presentation. You're going to have to unmute, Bernard.
Sorry. This is something that I've been hearing from people, or questions that people have asked about the various masks. And I think it's maybe precipitated by the dust up between the state and DESI and other people. The difference between K95 masks and KN95, or N95 masks and KN95 masks, and whether there's a significant difference for purposes of what we're talking about using masks for between medical and non-medical 95 masks.
So the N95 are what you mostly see medical personnel using in the hospitals and what have you. My wife is a nurse, and she reminds me that, you know, that's what they use all the time, or higher level full containment if they're working directly with COVID patients. But KN95 is, it qualifies, it can be used in medical environments. I have to admit, this non-medical KN95 threw me. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know where that was coming from, but the ones that we would be supporting would be at the medical level, because they do have a higher filtration rate to keep organisms out of your respiratory system. So that's what I would promote, and we're going to see that coming from CDC in a week or so. So, and I think we should put a fact sheet together. I think that would help, and we could have it posted so that individuals, you know, can see and maybe put the models. There are some out there that have been where the FDA, who's the certifying agency for these, have said stay away from these companies because they make a substandard product that they didn't submit it to their FDA assessment team for determining if it qualifies to be acceptable or not. So it's clear we need to get that information out also. Does that help?
Yeah, I guess the point though is that, or question is, you know, a non-medical KN95 mask is probably a lot better than a cloth mask.
Yes, yes,
and,
it is.
And
it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the confusion I think people are struggling with. So
yeah. I mean, but it sounds like people want to get as best protection as they can. So it would be to that higher level. But yes, a level below that would be better than just the regular cloth masks that you can get inexpensively. I would say I will be suggesting to HR for the employees, and I was glad that was mentioned, that's what we get the highest level to protect our frontline working staff. They're dealing with the public constantly, and we should have proper protection for them.
Great. Let's move on.
Great. Okay. Can you see this overview?
Yes, I
slide?
can.
Excellent. Okay, let me move this. Oh, there we go. Slideshow. So last week we gave an overview of the regulation that we're looking at the health department. I'm pleased to say that it was supported by the Advisory Council of Public Health. They understand the importance of screening individuals. It's part of the Stop the Spread campaign, where the more that we have vaccinated persons in our population, the better off we are. So that's hence our clinics and other endeavors that we're going to be doing. I want to start with, my goal was to do this and have it start on the 15th. We have too much going on. I have too much pressure from many other projects that we're trying to do, the clinics, the distribution of test kits, dealing with outbreaks, and every pressure that the health department is receiving. So I've extended it an additional week. So you'll hear what that date is. It won't be the 15th, it'll be the following week. So I want to give you that up front, because that wasn't my original presentation, but it's just impossible to do what we want to do. We have to educate the industry. We have to, put together literature so it's clear and concise. That's what I'm being told of the parties that we regulate, that they want to know that we're doing it correctly. So our proposed health department regulation, it's to be adopted using the authority of the Director of Public Health, which we have that unique legislation that allows us to do it. We post it in the media and with the town clerk, and in 24 hours it becomes law. I've reviewed Boston, Somerville, Salem's, Medford's proposals, and I took the good parts, left out the bad parts, because I tried to keep it to what our needs are in Brookline. As I said previously, we don't have a civic center or a Boston Garden here, so there were elements in there that we really didn't need. It addresses, just that's what I said, and jumped ahead of myself. And I attended also a meeting, and we have another meeting tomorrow with the Economic Development group. They're very good. They work with us as a team, and they help organize the business community so we can listen to their concerns and also answer their questions. So we will continue to be doing that as part of this initiative. And they've given us great contributions into what direction we're going to. Also, the ACPH and the Select Board held hearings, and I've been present for those. Covered entities. So what we'll be regulating are indoor entertainment environments, movies, theaters, commercial events, party venues, museums, galleries. I did put out a call to our one museum up at the Los Andes Park and discussed the issue with them, and they were supportive. They've assured me they've been following the protocols that we've given them at the beginning of the pandemic, but they've had some significant downtime because of the pandemic. But they're willing to work with us to put this in the right direction. Also, non-municipal recreation centers are covered by this. Food service establishments and regulated seating, so interior and exterior. That's the one little difference we have with city of Boston. Commercial fitness settings, indoor gyms, fitness, yoga, Pilates, various venues will be also covered by this. Exempted individuals, persons who, let's say, go into a food establishment or one of the regulated facilities and they had an emergency, had to use the restroom. If it's a food facility, placing or picking up an order, that's very brief. So a person wouldn't be sitting there going into the facility. So they're exempt, and that's consistent. And most of these are consistent with all the Boston Metro regional communities that have adopted these standards. And if somebody's making a delivery for delivery or performing a necessary repair. Also, I put in this, not all the communities did this, but I gave a section that exempted public safety, public health, and emergency service personnel, because there had been incidents that I read about across the country where an emergency would happen. They would try to run in and do respond to an issue, and they would be stopped asking to see their credentials of vaccination, delaying a response time. So I'm just putting it right in there to have an exemption. They need to deal with an emergency. They need to do that and not be inhibited. Exempted facilities are schools, public and non-public, childcare programs, senior centers, community centers, and non-commercial town facilities. Again, we're trying to be consistent with our partners in the region, so we are pretty much consistent. Also, residential and office buildings, where it's limited to the residents, owners, and tenants. I've already had a couple of calls and emails from individuals who are in large apartment complexes and they have a gym that's exclusive to them. So they won't be part, they're not a commercial gym. That's for a residential building. And that's also consistent with what's been that's being adopted in the region. Colleges, universities that have vaccine requirements, and all of them do, basically. And it covers staff and students, they're exempt, and charitable food entities, soup kitchens, and related type of events. It's not required. And again, that's consistent throughout our Boston metro area. Proof of vaccination, what is that? The CDC standard card. This is what we issue when we're doing our clinics, and it can be the actual card, it could be a digital image of that card, or any other official immunization record from the jurisdiction, state, or county wherever the vaccine has been administered. There's a few states that have made their own cards, so we would allow all the operators to accept that. Digital physical photos, variations of that reflect the person's name, vaccine brand, and what have you, is what's being allowed. And also a letter that shows that similar information, and any other vaccination verification. And I believe the governor announced that today that the state is implementing a digital program that persons can register with and have it right on their smartphone. So again, making it easier for individuals so they don't have to wear a lanyard or however they would want to do it. The regulation schedule, and this is originally I was trying for the 15th, but it was unrealistic. We need to get our act together to have more literature available to help the businesses get through this. We'll probably also be asking for our MRC to help us, as I did in previous notifications to all of our restaurants and food facilities. They actually hand-delivered signs or did follow-up visits, so we know everybody's on the same page. So phase 1 will be on January 22nd. It's just a week later from what our colleagues in Boston have adopted. And it's where all persons either have at least one dose. They can have 2 doses in their series, but the first phase is the 1 dose we're looking for. Then in February 22nd, we're looking for individuals to either have the 1 dose series like the the Pfizer, not the Pfizer, the J&J, or the 2 doses of the other vaccine that they can have. Then, as you know, the vaccine has been made available to younger individuals. So we are phasing in March to May, where younger people would be eligible to have their vaccine and be up to date. So we operators would check for their particular cards. Let me just move something here. Okay. And enforcement, I want to say, and this has been my philosophy since we've my previous position was mainly the enforcement arm of the public health department as the environmental chief, and our efforts are always education first, enforcement second. So we want to make sure we educate everybody as best we can. We give out fact sheets. We make sure they understand what's expected of them, and everybody always gets a warning. So that they know we mean business, but we're warning you if we get complaints of non-compliance. We're going to make use of our non-criminal disposition, which is basically writing tickets. A reminder, we were one of the first we were the first public health community in the state to write tickets for health code violations, and it's proven very successful. But we don't want to be I don't want to make money on this. I want to get people to comply, cooperate with us, and stop the spread by getting more and more people immunized. So this is what we're looking for. I've talked to the police chief, and I informed him, we're not looking for a heavy police assistance, but there may be some occasions in the evening hours where there might be a confrontation with an individual who's just not being cooperative. And we've reviewed the typical scenario where they, the manager will say this person isn't cooperating and I want them off the premise. And it can be a notice of disinvite, but escort them off the premise. We're hoping this doesn't happen. I will have to say, even with many other of our COVID standards, it's never escalated to that level. And I don't think it will here. We have a great community. Our operators want to cooperate and our citizens want to cooperate. But there's always one or two that are a challenge, but I'm hoping they're minimal. And lastly, our Advisory Council of Public Health has endorsed this. So we're going to be adding it on the official document. And I hope tonight our select board will also support this and endorse what we're trying to do. Again, it's going to be a method that persons will be checked as they go into the designated establishments. They either do it as a waiter or waitress. We'll ask the people, could you show me your cards? Some may have somebody at the beginning, like a health club. Very easy, can you show me your card before you go in? Some clubs will record it once they check it for the first time and they know that person is correct. So we're trying to work with the industry as best we can. I'll be talking to them tomorrow and giving this presentation and showing some of the resources that we're going to have here. And one of the things we're going to be doing is a question and answer. City of Boston has done this, and I think it's a useful tool so people can see it, the public can understand it, the businesses can understand it. So we're going to have a list of questions that are typically would come up. And here's some examples. Will you give industry adequate time to understand the new regulations, or just go ahead and start enforcing the requirements? And as I said earlier, education, fact sheets, question and answers, they're all essential. We're going to work with businesses to make sure they understand what it is and what the new requirements are. Will the town offer assistance to struggling businesses for testing and vaccination of our employees? Absolutely, yes. That's why we're pushing to have more of these clinics. The community clinics in Brookline will be available to our businesses that need to attend these if they're not able to get it. Also, we're looking to put in a large order of antigen test kits, and we're going to make them available to our business community also, because they are the front line of service to many of our residents in the town and people who visit our town. So we're trying to protect everyone, our residents, the people that work here. So that's part of, I think, our commitment in this endeavor. Will businesses need to make signage to alert their customers of the new requirements? Nope, we're going to do it. That's part of our commitment. So, and it's also, it helps us to have it standardized. So I'm working with our economic development office. They have some nice software that lets us do certain signage. So this is something going in the direction we're going to still be tweaking it, basically advising persons per order of the health department, starting up, got to change that date. So it'll be the 22nd, and it'll be, we want it posted at all entry doors to the establishments. And just a brief synopsis of what is expected. When will this regulation take effect? The 22nd. So that was the change. So we will get that word out. We hope to have a press release available either later tonight or tomorrow. That'll be going out to the community. And again, it's similar to what all the other communities surrounding us has adopted. This has come up a number of times. Will dental and medical offices be included in the regulation? No, they're not going to be covered at this time. It could change, but what we found, and these facilities, they follow pretty good infection control measures. I haven't found that there's any significant transmission that we find, we're seeing high rates from dental offices of spreading or medical offices. So at this time, it's not required. I have learned that some facilities are doing it on their own. More power to them, but we have our hands full what we're going to be regulating with now. But in case things don't go in a good direction, we can revisit this as in anything else we could revisit. So with that, that's my overview. And any questions?
I see Raul has his hand up.
Sure. Thanks, Heather. Thanks, Pat. Well, I'm glad that we're finally getting to this. I know I will say that I've been one of those folks that was hoping we'd be able to move this process along sooner and get to this place where we are tonight sooner. And at the same time, I see what you've done with the time that you have taken, and you've done extensive outreach to the business community to understand their perspective on this and how that's going to potentially impact businesses and what compliance looks like for this and all of it. And I'll just say also, I think when the pandemic first hit, we did not have the kind of, we had an advisory council on public health, but I don't think we had the kind of relationship that we do right now with that advisory council, and that they've been an absolutely tremendous asset for the health department throughout all this. And so I'm glad to see them, being able to weigh in on this. So, aside from our resident expert, Dr. Ashkenazi, we have this body of experts in the community that are helping us think this stuff through. So I think that's all good. With that said, I'm still a little frustrated by the delay on this. And, the 22nd is 11 days from today. We have, because we did the masking requirement before, we've gone through that process of community outreach and informing the public, and we have all those outlets that if we weren't aware of what they were before, we certainly are aware of what they are now. We've built up a tremendous mailing list that we have, that we can get information out to residents very quickly. And I think what I'm very concerned about is there is going to be a lot of news on the 15th relative to Boston, and I'm not sure if Somerville is aligning their calendar as well, and some other communities around the 15th, and that we're going to miss that news cycle, and that those news outlets aren't necessarily going to cover Brookline, having its proof of vaccine requirement going in on the 22nd. And so I think we might miss that news cycle, and I'm really worried about that. And I'd much rather we be in alignment with Boston on this. And I think, I think we can do what needs doing. People have been expecting this because we've been talking about this since prior to the new year. Do what needs doing between now and Saturday in terms of informing the public. If there are some other issues related to compliance or some other internal issues, maybe we can talk more about that. But if the issue is, are people going to be aware enough that we're doing this for us to have less issues at the sites where people are walking into? Well, let's focus our efforts now on the next few days to make that possible. And also, let's not miss that news cycle where folks out there are going to be talking about the communities that are instituting this requirement come January 15th. The other issue is we become further and further off cycle what's happening in Boston as the calendar goes on. So I was looking at their dates for their Be Together program, which is what this program is for us. We don't have a name for it. Brookline Together, I don't know. But their dates are January 15th, then February 15th, March 1st, and May 1st. Ours lag significantly behind those dates. And again, we're out of alignment again. And even if we wanted to start later, which I don't think we should, there's an opportunity to get in alignment with Boston on the second, third, and fourth requirement dates, and we're not doing that either. And so maybe again, there's arguments for doing it this way, but I'd like to hear from other board members. I really would love to see this be implemented on the 15th and for us to be in alignment with those other dates. I think it makes all the sense in the world. And if we need to redouble our efforts on community outreach between now and then, let's go ahead and do it.
Miriam and then John.
Hi, me again. So I'm going to have to say that I agree. I think that even if everything isn't ready to go, this is where one of those, the enemy of good is perfect. Even if the signs aren't ready, we can launch it on the 15th. We can get the communications out, and some restaurants and gyms will be ready, and some will need a few extra days to get ready. But I can't see, heavy enforcement on the 15th, 16th, and 17th. We know that these organizations are going to be getting themselves together to get the systems in place to do the checking, right? So start on the 15th. I think that we align with our dates. I think there's two reasons to align with our dates with Boston. And the first is, I think, because it just makes it easier. We are so close to Boston. People are going to Cleveland Circle to eat. That's Boston, right? They're going into Cafe Landwehr, and they have to have that they have to show proof. And then they cross over down into Barcelona, and that's Brookline, and they don't. And I actually think it makes it easier for people if we're aligned with Boston, and all those dates, including the start date, are the same date, even if we don't necessarily get everything up and running on the 15th the way we would like to in an ideal world. The second reason I'm a big fan of the earlier start date is just because of how this epidemiologic curve is playing out, right? Omicron is here, rates are super high now, and they are going to come down, but the sooner we get on top of this, the sooner we get those rates to come down. And I think the more we, again, if we peak next week and we do this now, or we peak this week and we do it next week, I think the further we push it out, the less it makes sense. And I want it to make sense. This makes sense. The data is really clear that this is a fabulous, effective, talking about behavioral nudges, a fabulous, effective behavioral nudge to increase vaccination rates. And I'd like to increase vaccination rates on the downside of this curve, because that gets us even closer to endemic COVID. So it gets us even closer to the end. And so I really feel like we need to leverage that as much as we can. So I'm a big fan of the 15th, and I'm a big fan of following the Boston dates, because I just think it's going to increase compliance. And we all know that's a huge bonus. So that's where I stand on that. I'll stop talking now.
John.
Thanks. Boy, this is this is a tricky one, but I will say this on behalf of the work that the health department has done, Pat has done, the Advisory Council on Public Health has done. Brookline, from the beginning, has pretty much trusted the advice of the experts and trusted the ability of our town public health officials to protect the public during this epidemic. And we have, if I may say so, a darn good record. I check these statistics on a regular basis. Brookline always shines. Brookline shines in terms of the evidence of COVID in the population, in terms of
Did anybody else lose John?
Yeah, John, we lost your audio. Maybe you lost ours.
Yeah.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, he's back.
And beg your pardon?
We lost you for a little while.
Oh, sorry. Have you got me back?
Yes.
Now we're facing, the next step. And as far as I know, this timetable has the concurrence of the Advisory Council of Public Health. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I think we should just proceed as we have proceeded in the past. And I think we're going to do fine.
So I'll just read the two questions in the Q&A and then provide my own thoughts, and then I'll call on Bernard. One question is there an end date for these requirements? What if the COVID cases are gone by May at the time you enforce the kids mandate? And then the second question is, I have a question about medical dental facilities. Some outsource their business services and so can't enforce a vaccine mandate on their own unless the health department requires it. My own thoughts are, I assume that Pat would love to start on the 15th, and it's with a heavy heart that he can't quite stand behind that date. And that's not something to really balk at when a department head is telling you, that he thinks that we can do something on one date and then saying, well, I want you to do it like a whole week earlier. That to me kind of feels like backseat driving. So I will defer to Pat's judgment. I assume that he really would love the resources to make the 15th work. And we can maybe talk with the town administrator on what we can try to do to get him extra resources. But I assume that he's working within the constraints that he knows he has. Bernard?
Yeah, a couple questions. I'm inclined to defer to to Pat also on this, but I would like to get some understanding of a couple of things. First of all, we're told that the Omicron variant is going to really spike fast and hard in the next week to 10 days. So are we missing the spike by deferring until the 22nd? And second question is, what are the reasons? I guess I'm not really clear on what are the reasons for delaying beyond Boston's time period. Maybe I just missed it. I apologize for that.
It really hit me today when I was looking at what we need to do to put together the fact sheets, to do the Q&A, to do the things that I've heard from industry. They want to be clear on what's expected of them. And that was number one. Number two, if we went with, and I didn't have everything together, and we said the 15th is when it starts, and we weren't, let's say we're not going to enforce it. We're just going to get the word out. It starts the 15th. Those that can put everything together, fine. I know there'll be businesses that can't. And my fear was we were going to get swamped with complaints. They're not complying with the new requirement there. And I felt we were rushing it, that, you know, but, if the board is thinking, Pat, we're okay with, we understand there will be places that still got to be up to speed, and there will be complaints coming in because everybody isn't at the level that we wanted to be. If you can live with that, I can live with it. I don't like living like that, though. I like being on top of things and having everybody on the same page, and giving them the information, having people, know what's expected of them. So we have an understanding, and there's just a few outliers. To rush it, we may have more than I'm comfortable with. And I just don't want it to seem like we've dropped the ball, we're not doing our job, where the citizens are going to businesses and saying, you're not checking my card. And that's where I had some angst about that. So that's where I'm coming from. We've had so many things going on in the past 2 weeks, with, looking to purchase test kits and looking to organize these clinics, and just it's every day is a new challenge. Every day when I hear the news of what CDC just changed, or what the state education changed, or what the daycares have changed, we got to then move with that, and they got to drop what I'm doing, and the team has to reassess that. So that's where I'm coming from, but if you're the elected officials, we want to keep everything in line, and but if you're comfortable with that, I can go in that direction. I have to admit, this was a last minute decision today, because it was too many pieces to put together to get it. But I'd like to hear from any other, if there's, comment on that.
Yeah, so lots of hands, John, Raul, and then Miriam.
I meant to take my hand down, sorry.
Okay, well, that's expeditious. Raul, and then Miriam.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Pat. I really do. I the way that I think about this is, maybe folks in the public think differently about this, but I think especially when you roll something out like this, even after the effective date, I don't see our public health department and certainly not our police department running around giving citations to businesses. I think the first couple of weeks in particular need to be about education. And so, one of the things that, we'll announce this, whatever the effective date is. And if we get a call from a member of the public about noncompliance, then, what I would expect is for the relevant department to reach out and to talk to them about what compliance looks like, and to ask them if they need any support, with compliance, or what the issues are, and then to make them aware that this is a requirement. If they weren't already aware, there should be a sign on the front of their door. So I imagine they'd be aware, but to the extent they may not be, and then let them know, hey, just so you know, there is a fine component of this too. We're not going to levy a fine now because this is a new regulation and it's different. And then, but later on down the line, that would happen. And that seems like the sensible approach to me. So I don't know that, maybe other board members think the same or different about that, but I'd like if I just can't stress enough how, there were folks that thought we should have this in effect, before the end of the last year. And I said, all right, I'm with you on the urgency, but we need a little bit of time to start to lay the groundwork here. I just think we've been talking about this so much in the business community. There's another session, as you mentioned, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to talk about this with members of the business community. There's been so much outreach and frankly, so much support from the Chamber of Commerce, from the Small Business Development Committee, and from other, business entities in town. This is a really widely supported policy in Brookline. And, I think, folks are ready to adapt. The other thing I'll say too is, there's not, this was in your presentation, I think, but just for folks to know, there's not a requirement that you actually go, which I did. I was able to download, the information. It's on my Apple Wallet, so I could just show a QR code or whatever. you don't have to do that. You can show your vaccine card. If you have, you can show a picture of your vaccine card. There's a lot of different ways to show compliance here too. And so it's a super flexible policy. And the overarching goal here is to make our businesses, places where we eat and play and things like that, safer, and also to drive higher vaccination rates so that that people who aren't already vaccinated do go out and do so, which makes us all safer. So I just can't stress how urgent it is. I mean, and I know you know this too, but that we get that done. And if you're asking for the advice of members here, I mean, that's my advice.
Miriam and then John.
Thanks, Pat. So first, I just want to say I totally understand the tension. You know, I did pandemic response and epidemic response for 15 years in very resource poor settings. And so I'll say, first of all, my tolerance for things not working the way they're supposed to work when you roll them out is very high. Because when you're doing cholera response or Ebola response in a place where, you know, you just absolutely can't do things even 50% to what you want to do, you get used to just doing what you can with what you have. So I absolutely understand the tension and how you came to the decision, but at the same time, I think in this particular case, I'm fully willing to accept that the first week is going to be bumpy. And I agree with Raul, probably not as bumpy even as we anticipate. You know, I'm good with that because I think that there is a sense of urgency here because of the rapid burn rate of Omicron. And we really want to boost those vaccine rates right when we're coming down the other side of the curve, right? That's the goal, to push all that immunity up. I know, I'm sorry, I speak with my hands. So push all that immunity up at the same time, right? So I don't want to miss that opportunity if we can. So I don't want to undermine you, and that's never my intent, but you know, I understand the tension, but I'm fully comfortable with some of the blowback that might happen for this, because I think it's probably the right decision.
John.
Just a suggestion of maybe a possible compromise on how to do this, or at least a way to do this in practice, but observe at the same time the reservations that Pat has had about the timetable. So the town of Brookline Department of Public Health announces that it advises all establishments and their patrons to follow the guidelines that are being put into force in Boston, you know, starting on the same date as the Boston rollout of these regulations, and says, and in Brookline, enforcement will begin on January 22nd. So that, I mean, let's sort of be quite frank about what's the reality on the ground here. First of all, restaurants are going to do their best, but it's not going to be easy for them to. It sounds to me like they're probably going to have to add employees at a time when they're struggling to fill slots with employees. They're torn between, you know, nights when there's nobody in the restaurant and nights when they can't get enough employees to come to work to serve the customers that show up in the restaurant. It's not an easy thing for them right now, but I think they want to be seen as being just as safe as the restaurants in Boston. And so that's going to be the goal here. And that's going to be the intent of the restaurant owners to, as much as possible, start this when Boston starts it. And Brookline's going to endorse it. And Brookline's going to start enforcing it rigidly a week after the 15th. That might be a way to sort of accommodate everybody's concerns here.
So I have a term that has been used in the business community, and I'm going to throw it out here: soft rollout. So maybe we try to do something like that. Pat, I sent you an email with my cell phone number. Call me. We will figure out what you need, and we will try to get you what you need to feel comfortable before Monday.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think you've answered, and you hear where I'm coming from. And if you're comfortable with me going to the original, and there is merit to it, there is public health merit to it, because the quicker we push this, the quicker we have a chance of stopping the spread. So again, this was today when I finally was submitting it. I said, am I being realistic here? But if you could live with it and work with me and understand we may get some bumps there, okay, I'll go for that ride too. So let me adjust it. I'm meeting with my key staff to get the message out. Maybe, well, I think not maybe, I'm going to be asking if we could get our MRC to help us to get the word out, and we'll give it our best shot. And what I'll do is realign the compliance dates to be similar to what our partners in the metro region are. And I'll put it back to what we originally were looking to do. So, and I'll announce it to the business community tomorrow, with the understanding that the soft rollout is also going to be an educational rollout. It's going to be, we're not coming down heavy-handed, and we want to work with the businesses, but we expect them to get as close to compliance as we can. And so, yeah. All right.
So
Yeah, see?
Bernard had his hand up, and I had a thought and it just left me. So Bernard, you go first and I'll try to remember
I
what.
think Pat answered my comment, or responded to my comment, which is, I mean, we really are talking about a soft rollout here, not, doing the Boston thing. And in a certain sense, any business can tell their customers that you have to be vaccinated. And that's really all that we're saying, that if, you're in a position to do that, we urge you to do that. And next week, we're going to require you to, so.
I just remembered, went back to the Q&A. There are a lot of people who are eager to try to help and volunteer. Pat, if you and I can connect offline, I can try to help walk you through that. The other thing that comes to mind, we were faced with almost this exact same scenario with election day volunteers. So I encourage you to reach out to the town clerk and find out how he got volunteers rather quickly on that effort. Let's try to find some people that are willing to help us out.
And your next vote is going to be to give additional resources to hopefully public health. And maybe it would allow me to offer overtime to have staff go out on weekends to get that message out too, as part of this rollout. So
great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm telling you now, I'm going to be revising it. We're going to be going with the original date that we talked about, and I'm going to bring everything else in with the other dates. So with that, I look for your endorsement. Thank you.
I really appreciate your willingness to move the date up, given your concerns. And I definitely appreciate what those concerns are. I didn't exactly know what I was taking on when I volunteered to oversee that scooter pilot program, which feels like a million years ago. And so I remember the amount of emails that you get about people not doing what they're supposed to do. So it definitely consumes an inbox. Raul, before we move on to Melissa?
Yeah, just a quick thanks to Pat for working with us on this and hearing us on this, and just nothing but great respect for your work. I hope that also you'll stick around. We may have some questions when we get to the budget portion around this ARPA proposal. So you probably best for you to be at every single select board meeting from here on out. But at least I'm glad you're here now for this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so the next portion of this discussion involves Melissa. Hi, Melissa. I love the jacket.
Thank you. So you have a memo from me in your packet on a recommended budget for ARPA. I just want to clear up some of the, or respond to some of the comments I heard during public comment and some of the other issues that have come up. This is what I'm kind of terming as a CARES continuation budget. These are items that were previously funded through CARES and or items that were specifically requested by department heads, specifically around COVID response. I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that, the community engagement process that the BCF is helping to facilitate is still ongoing. We should be getting a report from them within the next couple of weeks. Those project requests are separate from, the town's ability to respond to the needs of responding to the current pandemic surge. And I also want to also say that this is not an all exhaustive list, and that, acknowledging that there will be other needs that will arise that likely we would need to add to this. But these are items that we are aware of currently that are previously funded through CARES that we know need to continue. That being said, I know that there was some questions about the overtime line item within this budget. We know that, the past couple of years, we did have overtime around backfilling of certain public safety positions, specifically in the fire department. But knowing that we're in the midst of a surge and seeing that there are increased overtime costs for both police and fire, we put an estimate together. I'm happy to wait until the end of the fiscal year as we're trying to close our budgets and put, a more refined number in front of the board. Just so that there's no kind of debate about, coverage and things like that. And so I can go through kind of where we are with the line items that we do have. There was a question about whether or not the schools were included. So I kind of had the contingency in the back of my head as potentially being school related. But Sam did come visit me yesterday. And so he had been working with a few other similar communities, other school districts. Part of the issue is trying to source a supplier for some of these tests. And so he had been looking at one avenue. Pat and Dave Giannakakis were looking at another. So I have a revised estimate for the rapid tests because we said, what, it probably makes sense for the health department to coordinate a lot of this. We'll add a pallet to our order. And then, obviously the governor made an announcement today that there's additional funds that will be available for testing. So, it is definitely an ever evolving funding and ordering challenge. So you've got, the federal government through FEMA, you have the ARPA funding source, you have MEMA, which is, Massachusetts. And then you also have DESE, who's trying to help, and then DPH, who also has grants. So it's a lot of kind of moving parts. So this first pass is really about the things that we know for sure. We want to continue to provide, and or we're going to be, hybrid meetings is another aspect that we're including in this budget as well. So I'll just, share my screen so you can see, the current estimate based on those two changes that I discussed. And if there are questions that the board has on any particular item, or I can just kind of go through, the items. It's up to the board how they want to handle this.
Go for it. I don't see anybody's hand raised.
Sure.
Oh, Miriam?
So look, my question is going to be to you, Melissa. I guess, how do you want me? I'm going to have some suggestions.
Right.
Do you want to go through it first, or do you want me to do this? How do you want me to?
Sure. So I think, you definitely, expressed to Pat that you wanted to see additional testing and additional clinics. And, you heard from him that there are challenges around that. So currently what I have is the estimate for testing that he originally provided me, plus $150,000, which is the estimate for adding additional testing for schools. The testing site, I think that he currently is just, based on what he currently has planned. But we meet every other week with a group of town staff, department heads, and the school department is included in that group. So if Pat finds out that we can do more clinics, we can either draw it from the contingency, or I can be in front of you. I'm with you every week. I'm happy to come back and ask for additional support based on the additional information that comes from staff. The hybrid meetings, that was an estimate provided by IT and also with the work of Devin. We have some additional laptops, some existing software that we currently have that we would need renewed around. Obviously, Zoom is still going to be around for a while. We have people helping to manage the flow of traffic in the town hall, so that staff has been really helpful, especially with contact tracing as well. The library also has some technology to help them manage their traffic as well. And then the health department has some systems that allow them to open the building, the health building. Then we have some grant administration, public information, communication support, OpenGov, helping with the portal and transparency. And I did hear the feedback on the ARPA website. I will say that, what we're waiting for is for the community engagement process to conclude. I know BCF is trying to make some of the nonprofit requests have some technical assistance before submitting. So I didn't want to run into a situation where we were promoting town projects and then having these other entities not submit yet, and kind of make it seem like there was kind of a insider track that everything should probably be submitted once we have the report from BCF. We were thinking about having the town administrator provide some recommendations around categories, and then we would provide a format for the board to digest all of the projects. And that's kind of what we're thinking about in terms of what that format should look like. We are still kind of tweaking some of the things in OpenGov around workflow. So I agree that, the site's been static for a while, but, the requests were pretty static for a while too. And only kind of ramping up as we've gone through the budget process. And I'm, been encouraging departments as we've been meeting on the budget to go ahead and submit requests. Translation services. So this is specifically around the program for Pat. I know that there is a broader need for language access service, but I would need more information from the departments about what that budget request would look like. And then the same thing, support for the planning department around the rollout of the program that Pat just described. So happy to take additional questions.
So I see Raul has his hand up, but Miriam still has her hand up. Different set of questions. Okay, go for it, Miriam, and then Raul.
So the things that, and to be clear, I've been hearing from the advisory committee on public health. So this is not just me as a one-off. I want to be clear about that. But I think either or, there needs to be some. I see you have the OT for outbreak coverage, but I think there needs to be some, either a line item or more money added to the contingency. To me, there are two big missing pieces that need to be addressed. The first is, now as we've discussed, the high quality masks. And obviously, as everyone knows, and and I know, everything's a little bit of a moving target right now. So, it's fairly new that it's going to come out that we need these high quality masks. My mole in the CDC's, basically said they are going to come out with that recommendation probably within the next week. So I think we need to think about it as a line item, or if we're going to take it from contingency, we need to bump up the contingency. The other thing I would say is that the two other things, and then I will let someone else talk. But the other thing I would say is we need some overtime for public health staff, right? For the school nurses, or for the contact tracers, or for people getting out on the weekends to help with the vaccine mandate support, whatever that is. I understand that 500,000 for the public safety is to cover holes we already know. That I heard that, I got it. That said, then I think we need some OT for the other departments who are also stretched thin and doing this work. The third, what the hell was the third one? Oh, God.
We can always come back to you, Miriam.
No, I want to be done talking though. Are you gonna? Oh, the third is, as long as the public health department has the flexibility to change the testing, right now it's once a week, and they see that there's a big line and there's a lot of need, and Pat says, great, let's do 3 in a 1 week. I don't really care, give them the money and let them do with it what they see. What I don't want us to be stuck with once a week for 6 weeks, because that's what's written in the budget. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And that's, part of the contingency. I'm happy to bump that up. I wish there were a clone Pat Maloney line item here, because I think that would be fantastic. They've been working extremely hard. But I'm, Pat Marr from the ACPH had emailed me, advocating for these. And I said, Pat, you don't need to advocate. I know that this is important. We want to support the department. So I definitely think we can address that through the contingency, and then I can work with Pat on the specific needs that he has.
Perfect. I love it. Thank you.
Excellent. Raul and then John.
Thank you, Heather. And thanks, Melissa, for this. I want to get back to cloning Pat Maloney in a minute, because I think maybe we should include it in this budget, frankly. So first of all, thanks. I think we needed to look at the overtime issue a lot more. I'll just say this: if it is the case that COVID is more prevalent in certain departments within the town government, I'd like to know that, and maybe we can. I think I mentioned something about this, a year ago, and I think we got some data at the time from our HR director about incidents of COVID on staff. I'd love to revisit that and see where we've been. Obviously, no personally identifiable information, but to the extent that there are certain jobs in Brookline where perhaps it seems that people that are doing those jobs, not that they necessarily contracted them on the job, but that are doing those jobs are having higher rates of COVID. I'd like to know that, and I'd like for us to talk about what mitigation plans we're putting in place to try to prevent the spread in certain departments or in certain functional areas, greater distancing of people, not putting people in the same room during a roll call or something like that. I'm sure there's a number of different ways that we can do that, and maybe we should start looking at that, because ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Right now, a pound of cure is costing us $500,000. So if we can find ways to lower that, and I want to reiterate my support and urgency around, as was mentioned during public comment, a vaccine requirement for staff. I mean, we've been talking about this for, I don't even know how many months at this point. It's been a really long time. I think at various points, maybe just about everybody on the board expressed support for this. So I think at some point, we just got to do it. And I think we should have done it already. And I'd like to push us on that. But in any case, I'm glad that piece is not up for consideration tonight. The other thing I would say is, I'd certainly like to see more money made available in this for the health department, including for staffing, as well as ramping up some of the areas that we see here where we know we're going to need more funding, not just down the road, but probably even relatively soon. What I would recommend is increasing the contingency fund, but making that fund specifically available to the public health department. I would like to be able to weigh in if there are going to be more expenditures beyond what we're approving tonight from ARPA that are not related to the public health department. But I think that Pat needs a little bit more flexibility than he currently has, and maybe more than the $200,000 that's indicated here, to be able to move a little bit more nimbly throughout, especially the next couple months. And so I would support increasing the $200,000 to some other number, perhaps $500,000, and giving him a little bit more flexibility. And if there's an issue with staffing that can be solved outside of these ARPA dollars, then great. If it can't be, then then perhaps we can include funding for whether it's overtime or additional staff for through the next couple years, specifically detailed to COVID response. I'd be fully in favor of that. So I hope we can talk about that too.
John?
And I should note that most of these expenses are to get us through the fiscal year. Some of them are longer term, like the hybrid meetings piece, but most of these are kind of just to get us through the fiscal year.
And that ends on June 30th.
Yes.
Got it. John.
Thank you. Oh boy. I think it's really important to say a word about process here because this is the first of many, many, many times that we're going to be asked to look at proposals for spending of ARPA funds. And we're going to be asked to decide whether to say yes or no, or could you make it a little bit less, or could you make it a little bit more to the request. Right now, all we have is the first request in front of us that we have reviewed. We don't know what to compare it to. So what any suggestion we make that along the lines of, gee, if 200,000, excuse me, for that testing item is good, then 400,000 must be twice as good. So let's go with 400,000. I mean, any suggestion of that nature eventually comes at a cost to the subsequent requests, but we haven't even seen those subsequent requests. And so what really are we using as a basis for making those kinds of suggestions? I don't have a basis for making those kinds of suggestions. All I have is my trust in the department head and in the person who kind of reviews the department head's request, that this is what they need. So I'm not really ready to start saying, why don't you take more than what you said you need, until I know where I'm going to get that money from and who I'm going to be denying money to later in the process. I can only trust that the department heads are at this point asking for what they need. And with that said, I think, I'd be prepared to say yes to this, but I'm not quite prepared to start doubling down on particular items in what's in front of us.
I see Mel's hand raised.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to sort of second what John is saying. This is one of many, many requests that we will put before the board. And unlike town meeting, where we have to wait and there's a lot of process leading up to town meeting, here we meet with you literally every Tuesday. And so we will be amending this budget or developing a second COVID maintenance type of budget. I just want you to know two things. First of all, if anybody asks me about masks, testing kits, testing sites, vaccine sites, it's always yes. It's always yes. Those are essential, fundamental costs that the town must bear, and that's what ARPA is really all about. At least initially, it's about COVID response. And so I believe there's money in here, but whether there's too much money in this line item versus the other, we'll figure that out. But I'm always saying yes to those things. The other thing is we have evolved from a grant called CARES that's no longer here, and we use that grant to support operations that we had no budget for. And I'm talking about things like remote meetings and the concierge services that we have in our town hall that control the access to the town hall. So, we need to find the money. I don't care if we take the overtime out now, but sooner or later, the town will have to reckon with the costs associated with that, and we'll deal with that. But I wouldn't fret too much about the numbers at this point. We will adapt them. We can add to the contingency. I don't love $500,000 contingencies. I'd like to allocate the money in the line items where we know we need it. But in the meantime, if you feel uncomfortable, I would suggest the contingency is a good place to put some money. But again, we'll be back to you and tell you how things are going and whether we need more money or whether we could, use some money in other accounts.
So I will just say two things. I sent Pat my cell phone number. I hope to talk to him. I'll encourage him to communicate what he needs for his resources. And the other thing that this reminds me of is, I worked for the state, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, and this is not unlike snow and ice. You put a very minimal amount in there, and then you always come back and you ask for the full amount later once you actually know how much you spent. So this is not completely, what's the word I want to use? I can see that this could be a more efficient way to do it. I trust Mel and Melissa to get it on our agenda should we need to put more money in there. Any other discussion? Raul.
This has come up a couple times, and I just want to say this just as it relates to all issues. Like I think we all trust and respect staff. It doesn't mean that sometimes we're going to have a different approach to it. I don't think that diminishes our trust or respect for staff when we say we think that a number should be higher or lower, or should be different, or that we should take a different tack. I think we're elected to provide our input and lead. And sometimes that might be counter to a recommendation that we've received. But I just think, we have to at some point, it's probably the easiest thing to say is well, staff recommended this, so I'm just going to say yes to it. And sometimes they're more right than we are as individuals, right? Oftentimes, I'm sure that's the case. But I just want to throw that out there because I just heard it probably more than I'd like to tonight. And I think we have to feel free to be able to speak our mind if that is different than a staff recommendation, and not feel like we are in some way undermining or disrespecting staff, which obviously I've got the best respect for.
Miriam?
Thank you. So I heard Pat ask for money for overtime for his staff. So I hope we circle back with him and that we make sure we're putting that in there if that is something that he needs and wants. I think that, again, the ask for masks, moving target, something that's new that we now know is coming. This is a very fluid, extremely fluid situation. And we are just, I think that giving the money upfront creates some flexibility and nimbleness. Is that a word even? I don't know. I've just made up a word, nimbleness, that we need to have more of right now, right? So I really, and then the third part of this for me is that this is what the ARPA money is for at its core, this emergency response. So I don't think I'm one for throwing around money. Again, I'm used to doing this kind of stuff with less than, you can't even imagine how little money. But I think this is the right use of this money. I think that frankly, when it comes down to it, it's not too much, and that I think this is right. This is where we say, no, we're going to give you more because we want to make sure you have everything you need so that we can get this right the first time. There will be no second bite at this apple. So I hear what John is saying. I hear what Mel's saying. I just think we need to reframe this because this is a public health emergency response budget. And for someone who's done that for 15 years, my thinking is very different. It's very different than how you do your typical budget. So that's where I'm putting my eggs. And I really hope that that's considered. I do agree with Raul. The contingency fund, or at least a part of that contingency fund, should be very specific for the public health department. So it's really line itemed for that. But okay, I think I've made my feelings clear at this point. So thank you for listening.
John?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I didn't raise the issue of, I didn't make this an issue of disrespecting or respecting staff. I'm just saying, let's respect math. Anything we add to this budget or this proposal, we're going to be taking away from somebody else's request later. That's all I'm saying. Until we get to the complete picture of what's being asked for. excuse me. I think going with on the assumption that the departmental request is kind of the maximum that they think that they need, because that's how these things usually go. Let's go with what they've requested rather than without even knowing who we're taking money away from, I'm deciding to up the request, without being accountable for where we're going to take the money away from, who we're going to take the money away from.
So John, I actually think that it may have been a couple of things that I've said about respecting staff that Raul was alluding to, and I take the point. It wasn't necessarily a jab, but it's very difficult to challenge a department head in a public setting when they, I'm sure, don't have the resources. So, but we should have the opportunity to push back on any staff recommendation. We are elected, for our opinions. I will concur with some of the comments that my other select board members have made about making the OT more general, just to provide us the maximum flexibility for whoever on staff has to do work in addition to their regular hours. So I'll just end on that note. Any other questions? Don't forget to use the hand raise feature since we still have a presentation mode on. Melissa, do you want to just talk about some of the things that you've heard here tonight and maybe provide some feedback on what, if any, changes you might make?
So I would just say that the contingency, when I put that in, I was envisioning that it would be specific to the testing. Masks also, I think, could be another issue. But I think we need to understand kind of what the state is providing for support. So with the announcement today of additional funding for testing, maybe that school testing number that we have in there could get reallocated to masks. So it could be fluid. And I think that's part of the reason why I built the contingency. In terms of overtime, I would like, to have a conversation with Pat. And I still think that could be addressed within the contingency. And if it's not enough, I'll be back to you for another request. I think we can still be flexible here. We're just trying to cover what we know. And then, obviously there are broader requests around COVID recovery that will also provide additional support, especially for, the public health department as well.
And is there enough money in the contingency to cover what Miriam brought up about higher grade masks?
I would need to have a conversation with the purchasing agent about, what's the going rate for masks. And I'd want to talk to Chief Sullivan about, is MEMA still providing this? Do we need to cover it here? Those are things that we can sort out though.
Okay. And we will hold you to coming back to us.
Happy to do it, and also happy to provide, an update. One of the things that I think I'm envisioning is to when we, put these budgets in Munis, once they get approved, there'll be a way for us to then, use the OpenGov site to kind of show the activity around these accounts as well.
Great. Can you just, there's a question in the Q&A that the minimum request for the health department was 4 million. And
So
I see.
That's specifically around the recovery approach and then the additional staffing that the department's looking for as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say we were very careful to not mix more immediate recovery response activities with the what we call the competitive process of looking at programmatic recovery requests. And we've already heard that there's a feeling that there's a public process and then there's the town, and they have some town departments, they have some sort of a special arrangement. That's not true. Those will compete along with everyone else. These are just the more immediate and direct costs. So we were very intentional about not mixing in programmatic requests in this budget.
Okay. Great.
So I guess the only direction I'm looking for is whether or not the contingency is sufficient at 200, if the board wants to increase that.
Raul, I didn't see your hand up.
That's okay. I just raised it. let me think about responding to Melissa for a second. What I wanted to say was, I think this is the right approach in sort of putting something ahead, like some other folks mentioned earlier, to deal with the initial response. And so, so that was helpful information from Mel, sort of to think about, other requests. We're going to address those, but we need to address them in the larger context of everything else that we need to make decisions about. So I think that was really helpful. That said, I mean, sure, there are other projects that are going to be out there that are demanding money. If this money ain't for this purpose, I don't know what it's for. We need to make sure that we don't run out of what we need. I also appreciate Mel's comments earlier about the support that whenever the needs arise, that the answer is yes, and that we do meet as a board every Tuesday, so we have the opportunity to revisit this. So I appreciate all that. I would just say it's tough for me to tell sitting here whether or not I would love to hear and as Heather said, it's probably difficult for Pat Maloney in this environment to say, maybe it's not, to whether or not 200,000 is enough or he'd like to see more there. But I do think that contingency, I'd like to see that focused on the health department. And if there's a need for some other contingency, maybe we can parse that out and that's a smaller number or something like that. I would like to see at least that number dedicated to the health department.
Miriam, although I'd like to say something because I think it's important to understand. If Melissa, if we play around with upping the contingency number, I mean, I'm fairly familiar with how public accounting works for the budget. Usually you program something and then if you don't spend it, you lose it. Is that the case here? If we were to increase that number and let's say we didn't use it all.
So this is a grant, so we'd be able to redirect it. We'd be able to have the board, course correct if need be.
Okay, so this is the equivalent of having a checking and savings and you move money from one account to the other, but it doesn't necessarily prevent you from accessing the money.
All we're doing is creating budgets and allowing departments to spend based on this vote.
Okay, Miriam and then Bernard.
I'll keep this one short. Directly to your question, Melissa, I would say either increase the contingency or add a line item for masks.
Okay, so I would say, given that I don't have an estimate from the departments on that, I think, increasing it, maybe doubling it should be sufficient. And if we need to, we can go back.
Sounds great. I support that.
Bernard, you'll have to unmute.
I'm just curious as to why we want to reduce public safety overtime. It seems to me that if we need to increase health, I mean, that's one thing, but public safety is going to be where we're going to have the most need for overtime for a variety of reasons. And, I'm not suggesting that it's, either or, but we just, should be clear as to why we'd want to reduce one at a time when, that one department or two departments are really out there in the atmosphere of the virus.
This isn't, I can just respond to it. This isn't reducing the this is essentially saying, we'll put this request in at the end of the year as we sort through what the actual need is, because we still have FEMA as a potential funding source, and we're still kind of assessing what the impact of the outbreak and the coverage that's needed. So,
Yeah.
The overtime has occurred in some cases, and we'll look at the end of the year to see where the budget lines up, and we'll go from there. We'll put in the request at the end of the year.
So from my perspective, I didn't view it as decreasing a budget related to public safety personnel overtime. I was opening it up so that other departments could also use that same line item. Just because we don't really know which departments are going to be utilizing OT, and we can always up the number.
Yeah.
But to only allocate it for one department when we know that we have several departments that respond to this crisis is quite limiting.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so I can move the language because we need to vote on this. Are members feeling comfortable with the proposal before us? I don't see any hand raised, so I'm going to take that as a yes. Therefore, I will move the emergency COVID-19 budget as prepared by the Deputy Town Administrator, Melissa, using American Rescue Plan funds. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
With gratitude, aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Very much aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Melissa, and come back to us if you need more money.
Yeah, will do.
Okay. Also remind Pat not to be shy. Okay, so moving on to appointment of an acting chief of police. I believe that is Mel's.
Thank you very much. The first thing I'd like to do before addressing that specific subject is to provide the board and the public with an update on the process to recruit and appoint a permanent chief of police. As you know, the town is working with an organization called PERF, which stands for Police Executive Research Forum. They're a Washington-based outfit that is helping us identify and evaluate candidates. I'm also employing a screening panel that always helps me with department heads. Yesterday was the day when the formal applications closed. And I'm pleased to report that we have received 22 applications for the chief of police position. PERF reports that they're pleased with the general diversity of the candidates and the fact that great majority of them meet the minimum qualifications. What PERF will do over the next 7 to 10 days will be reaching out to these candidates and talking to them and getting a good feel for them, and then bringing that to to myself and the screening panel, where we'll do further evaluation, including interviews. So I still believe that April 1st is a very realistic date to have a chief in place, and so we're working towards that. So I did want to make that general update as we get into the next series of subjects related to the police. With respect to the acting chief of police, Mark Morgan, who has served as our acting chief of police for the last year or more, is taking family medical leave and will vacate the acting chief of police appointment at this time. We're hoping Mark will return to the town after his leave, but if that happens, it will be in the superintendent position where he previously occupied, rather than the acting chief of police, which and then obviously requires the town to appoint an acting chief of police until that April or so timeframe when we're prepared to appoint a permanent chief. And so I am recommending that the select board appoint Deputy Superintendent Richard Allen to the role of acting chief of police. Mr. Allen is a very experienced member of the department for over 30 years, serving in a variety of positions, from patrol officer to detective to a shift commander. And as an trained attorney, Deputy Allen has served as the department's lead prosecutor in district court for 13 years. I respectfully request the select board's approval of the appointment of Richard Allen as acting chief of police at this time, and I've provided a proposed vote for that vote if you need it.
Great. I certainly have it in my notes. Any discussion amongst board members before I move that language? Bernard.
Yeah, I think Richie Allen's a good choice. I mean, I don't know him very well, but I know him a little bit. And under the circumstances, he is a choice that I think will do well for the town. I just want to make sure that it will only be there possibly 2 or 3 months or a short period of time, but I still want to make sure that he has a commitment to the community policing model that this town uses, and is responsive to what we found in the reform committee through our survey. Some sort of concern among officers that there's a huge push towards numbers in terms of ticket writing and things like that. That he I mean, I don't know what, I'm not saying that I know the specifics or details of that issue, but I just hope that he, looks at that and addresses it in a appropriate way. And of course, he's going to have to, even though he's just here for, a few months, going to have to, not do anything to upset the morale issue any more than it is. I assume that, those are things that he will undertake, and I'm going to support him. So,
John?
Yes, thanks very much. And I just want to be sure that we're not sort of missing something here. My understanding is that he will be there for a few months in the capacity of acting chief, but for all we know, he might be a candidate to be, the appointee as the successor permanent chief.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't want anything Bernard said to be misunderstood by people as sort of, the end of the story. This is actually a pretty good story, a little bit better than I would have expected, and I'm delighted to be able to say that. The number that you heard from the town administrator as to the number of candidates, and I think we'll probably find that most, if not, let's assume not every candidate is going to be equally qualified as the other candidates, but I think from what I hear, we're going to have some pretty strong candidates in this field. And this kind of goes against the grain of, what has been said lately about Brookline is that nobody wants to, touch the Brookline Police Department because, let's face it, we've been going through some struggles with one another. But I think we're getting to a good place at the end of the day. We have a strong field of candidates to be the permanent chief. I urge everyone listening to this tonight to check the packet that it came with the select board meeting for the resume on Richie Allen, a person whose experience with the department is over many years in many different capacities, and who has been accorded many honors over the course of his years with the department. So that's good. The strong field of candidates is good. And the fact that we are coming to closure on a very necessary appointment for the department, that's good. And finally, I want to say, I was a fan of Mark Morgan, and I just want to thank him for what he did for us at a difficult time. He didn't ask to be called upon all of a sudden to fill in as chief because of an unexpected departure of the prior chief. But he accepted it. He rose to the occasion, and now I wish him well because he's taking some medical leave, and I say Godspeed. I think he's going to be just fine when his medical leave is done. But he's done very well by this town, and I want to thank him for that.
Thank you, John. I encourage anyone who's interested in meeting with Acting Chief Allen once that position is made by the vote we're about to take, to just share your thoughts and feelings. Any other comments before I move the language to be voted? Okay, seeing Bernard.
Yeah, I should have mentioned this, but it didn't. I also want to express my appreciation for Mark Morgan's work. Mark Morgan is not a grand orator or, the perfect police chief, but he really knows his stuff, gets his job done, and really has good values, the type of values that, we want in the police department, even though he's from a different generation. And, that may be problematic in some ways, but in other ways, he is a serious professional and disciplined police chief that I think has done well for the town of Brookline. So,
Great. At this time, I will move approving the appointment of an acting chief of police. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
With a plug for us to be introduced to Chief Richie Allen, Acting Chief Richie Allen, and for the public to be introduced to him at a near future meeting. I would love to be able to welcome him to the appointment and have the public get to meet him a little bit, get to know him a
Okay.
little.
I'll see if that can be arranged. Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. On to police personnel. Mel is going to talk about temporarily delegating appointing authority.
Before I do that, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Allen, who has suddenly appeared on our screen and
Oh, I didn't see that, sorry.
the board's vote. And Rich, I think what we'll do is take up the delegation of promotional authority, then get back to you to ask you walk through the new appointments, but also have an opportunity to just say a few words to the board and to the public at this time. So why don't you stay available for just a moment. But in the meantime, I would like to make a recommendation surrounding the delegation of the board's promotional authority. So as you all know, and has been reported quite significantly, there's been a lot of turnover in the police department's ranks, and most prominent is the deputy superintendent positions, which are currently two vacancies exist in that role. And for a variety of reasons, some of which have been alluded to, some have been discussed. It's been hard, frankly, for the select board in this environment to be able to act in a timely manner. And it has created some very serious supervisory issues in this key leadership position in the department. And so, and also to the point is that every time a deputy superintendent is promoted, then it creates opportunities for internal mobility and upward mobility in our department, whereas the positions of lieutenant and sergeant would then be filled as well. So there are a lot of good reasons important reasons to act more expeditiously on promotions. One way to do that is for the board to delegate that authority to the town administrator. The Town Administrator Act, which in many ways serves as our charter, it's a special act of the legislature that was passed in 1985. It establishes the fundamental roles of the town administrator and the select board. And the select board, for example, appoints all department heads, but it only does so with a recommendation of the town administrator. The town administrator appoints or approves the appointment of all of the positions in the town except for civil service. And as you know, our police officers and firefighters are still in civil service. However, Section 4 of the Act very explicitly allows the select board to delegate its civil service and other related authority, appointing authority. And I'm just looking, and I'm proposing that you provide me with this, with a short period of time until we get to the period where we have a permanent chief, which we're hoping is in the month of April, for me to exercise that and begin to populate the ranks of the department, which have been so severely missing over the last several weeks. I will tell you that I've been an appointing authority for police and other positions in my career. I take it very seriously. I understand how these processes are done. I understand they're huge career decisions for people, and they're very important. I take that role very seriously and would exercise that in this interim period until we're at the point where we have a new chief and we can get back to a more traditional way of doing that. So at this time, I am strongly recommending that you provide me temporarily with that authority pursuant to the Town Administrator Act. And specifically, the motion that I'm proposing would be to delegate the authority for making promotions in the police department to Mel Kleckner, Town Administrator. So it's only for me as the Town Administrator. Said delegation to expire upon the appointment of a permanent chief of police or upon the termination of Mr. Kleckner's tenure as Town Administrator, whichever comes first. So that is my proposed vote.
Any comments? I just want to say two things. One, this is temporary. The select board does not like to abdicate its responsibility, but this is temporary until we get a permanent chief. Personnel matters have been the trickiest thing that I've seen a select board of 5 with open meeting law have to try to navigate. And that is because we want to be respectful of staff. So it's very difficult to have a conversation in the open about our employees. So until we have a permanent chief, I trust Mel to talk to each and every one of us and get us somewhat comfortable with whatever he proposes between now and that time that we have a permanent chief. Any other comments by select board members? Raul?
Sure, thanks, Heather. You know, and you know, I'll say this to add to what Heather just said. It's also very difficult. There aren't very many provisions for us even to have conversations like this in executive session either. So right. We can't talk. You know, there's certain things that that are difficult to talk about publicly, and certain things that we literally cannot talk about privately, including in executive session, which makes this even more difficult. I don't like it, but I think our options right now are, you know, to go 10 rounds every time, including for acting appointments, by the way. And you know, from my perspective, you know, and maybe we need to amend the language. This really is about acting appointments during this time, and in particular, the real need, as I see it anyway, is to fill some of the leadership positions at the top of the org chart. To make sure, one of the things I understand right now is that we've got folks that are somewhere more in middle management that are filling these leadership positions, and there's a need to make sure that they're compensated for their work in doing so. But we really do need you know, people in those positions leading those areas. With that said, there's been a whole lot of controversy about individual candidates and things like that. You know, I think we're better served by moving more quickly to fill these positions in an acting role. That Mel's in a better position to do that right now. You know, as I said, when we did have an opportunity to have a brief conversation about this before, is that we got a lot of stuff to do, and we've spent an inordinate amount of time addressing these issues in this particular department for a variety of reasons that I won't get into. But you know, I think it's really important that we focus our efforts right now on hiring a permanent chief. I'm glad to hear, you know, that's moving along swiftly at this point, and perhaps by sometime this spring we may have someone in that role, and that we give that person the opportunity to build the team that they want to lead this department with them, and that these roles are filled in an acting capacity. And maybe they decide that those are the right folks in the right roles and they want to keep them there as they are, but it's really important to provide the maximum amount of flexibility right now. So I'm supportive of filling these positions in an acting capacity, because I know that we need people in those roles. But at the same time, I just want to reiterate that you know, I'm looking for a chief to come in to assess the situation and then build their team, you know, based on the feedback that they've gotten through our community engaged process that ended up in their hire, and their own you know, their own engagement with the department itself and the members of the department. So there you have it.
John.
And I just want to acknowledge that, you know, let's face it, a fair number of people have been saying that the select board has been taking too long to get this done. And I have to say that I think the select board agrees with them on that. It took too long to get this done, but it took this long for reasons. And my colleague has alluded to them, and there's no need, nor is really there the opportunity to go into them. A lot of the reasons have to be discussed very carefully, and cannot advantageously be discussed in a forum like this. So it took too long, but please do not think that because it took longer than we would have wished, that in any sense that indicates that the select board, your select board, was unmindful of the importance of filling those positions. We've always been mindful of the importance of filling those positions. We've always been mindful of the need to get it right. And we've always done what we've done out of concern for making sure that the department is on the best possible path forward. And I think we're making progress. I apologize to those who would have liked to have seen this happen sooner, but we're making progress. And I'm just asking everybody to kind of hang in there, work with us, keep your eye on the process, and let's all sort of pull together so that we can take the next step after this one, and then the next step after that. And then I think we'll end up in a good place.
Any other comments before I read the language that Mel has provided on this vote? I will read the language then. Raul?
Sorry, I just want to be clear, and maybe Mel can clarify, and you know, I made a suggestion earlier about incorporating the word acting into the language. And Mel, whether or not you feel that would be overly limiting with respect to what you need to do for, let's say, the next 3 months.
Yeah, I would prefer not to have that limitation in that language. You know, that has certain legal connotations, especially in the civil service world. And so I really have to understand what that really means. And but I understand your need to, your desire to keep things flexible for the next chief. But I just don't know enough about the limitations, and I'd prefer not to have that language up front.
Okay. And can we expect, as I mentioned before, around the non-civil service positions, that the expectation there is that those would be folks would be promoted to those roles in an acting capacity?
I really want to talk to the new acting chief, and we need to really talk about that. You know, they are inherently at the discretion of the chief, but you know, I'd want to understand a little bit more about the nature of those. And but I understand. I hear what you're saying. We want flexibility, and that's what we're going to try to achieve. So I guess to answer your question, Raul, I would prefer not to have the acting, that specific requirement in the language of the vote in either civil service or otherwise.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, unless I got something wrong, my understanding from our previous conversation was that that we wanted to make sure that those leadership roles, those non-civil service roles, that the roles would have acting in their title. Maybe others remember it differently, but that was my recollection of that conversation.
I mean, we never got really a clarification from legal about whether or not we could do that. So, Bernard?
Yeah, my thinking on that is that I think, as Mel just said, they're inherently acting because, you know, they're at the will of the chief. They don't have civil service protection. So to put in the word acting in their title really sends a message that I think is a bad message. And that is that, you know, we don't really expect you to survive the next chief. And that's unnecessary because the next chief can pick and choose his leadership team as he wants.
Or her.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Or her. His or her.
I apologize for that. Yeah. Okay, now I lost my place. So I mean, yeah, the point is that, you know, it is that person is going to be acting in the sense that the chief can change his or her leadership team, their leadership team, basically at will. And I don't want to send a message that that this means something else. So I see the views there, not his or her.
John?
I'm training myself.
I just want to add that you know, we are voting to transfer our appointing authority to the town administrator for a very limited period of time under limited circumstances, and that means what it says. We're voting to transfer to him the appointing authority. And if he thinks that the way to do it is one way, then that's what we're allowing him to do, is to do it his way. And I understood that when I understand that with my vote.
I will say I do prefer the acting, but until I hear something from our legal department as to whether or not we have the authority to do that, especially with the civil service positions, I don't know what to do. You know, we have to keep the trains running, and I am willing to trust Mel to work with the legal department, including the labor attorney, to try to figure out what we can do in this situation. Raul?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just very confused about that. I didn't know that was an issue. We just appointed an acting chief. I don't know why it'd be an issue to appoint an acting superintendent or an acting deputy superintendent. I didn't know that was an issue.
We may. I just rather not commit to that in the language of the vote. I need to do some more evaluation of that.
Yeah.
As I said, there are sometimes legal issues associated with certainly in civil service law, and I just want to understand the consequences of calling positions that before I start doing that. Obviously acting chief of police, we know that one because we're appointing a new chief of police in within months. So we know that that's going to be an acting capacity.
Yeah, I guess I'll say I'll take responsibility for not further clarifying that with either Mel or Heather. I will say it's going to be without that language, at least relative to the or even understanding, at least relative to the non-civil service positions. I don't know that I can support that, and I can, I'm glad to, maybe I'll be the only one, but quietly vote against it. I just that to me was a critical piece of this, and it was an understanding that I left the previous meeting with, is that we were that those would be in an acting capacity, because we had this conversation, and I seem to be the only one that remembers that part of the conversation in this meeting. But
we did talk about it, but Mel said that he had to check with counsel, and as far as I've seen, we haven't received any cooperation.
Yeah, so I think if we haven't, if and if we can't hold this to another date, then that I'll need to be a no on that.
Okay. Any other comments before I move the language? Okay, so I will move to delegate the authority for making promotions in the police department to Mel Kleckner, town administrator. Said delegation to expire upon the appointment of a permanent chief of police or upon the termination of Mr. Kleckner's tenure as town administrator, whichever comes first. Miriam?
Sorry, can we put this off a week to get clarity on this, on the use of the terminology acting? I'd feel better about that. Is that not an option?
Mel?
Of course you could.
Okay. Should we?
I don't recommend it, but the whole point of this is to expedite things. So I would hope to be in a position of making some promotions in the next few days.
John?
I think we'd be going backwards if we postpone this for a week. I mean, I'm not sure why, but there wasn't any doubt in my mind what granting the authority to appoint to the town administrator meant. And I just think if we've got 3 votes to grant the authority, or 4, we should do it. Because Mel can change his mind about this, but he could change his mind about this, after tonight's vote. In the end, we've decided, at least we had decided until this moment, to grant him the authority to make the appointments.
Raul?
I just have to say, in that meeting, a majority of us were clear that it was that we wanted those positions to be acting. And so I was clear, very clear, when I left the meeting, that was, we had it out, we had a discussion about it, and that's where we landed. And that a majority of this board thought that those positions should be acting. I don't know that, whether or not that's not clear to other folks, but it was certainly clear to me that that's what the will of the board was, and it's just not, and I understand. Like I said, you're not going to see me writing any op-eds or tweets about this tonight or tomorrow. I just think differently about it as it relates to that aspect of this authority, and if I'm in the minority, I'm in the minority.
I'm inclined to proceed with the vote. I'm just very worried about keeping these positions open for yet another week. Bernard?
Yeah, I'm sorry, responding to Raul's statement. I mean, I think it's very clear that any position like outside of civil service is going to be acting, including the chief. But we don't say acting chief when we hire a permanent chief, even though he is, subject to being terminated by this board. Okay, that's one thing. The other thing is, I hope that before Mel makes a decision with respect to appointments, that he speaks to us individually, so that we're not surprised.
I'm sure Mel can do that.
Okay. For the record.
Any other comments before I move the language? I do apologize that there apparently was a misunderstanding about whether or not these positions would be acting until there is a permanent chief. I think that's the strong desire of the board. Whether or not we will be able to do that, I don't know, and I'm not sure that it changes my vote at this point. I'm going to read the language and let's see how it turns out. Okay. To delegate the authority of making promotions in the police department to Mel Kleckner, town administrator, said delegation to expire upon the appointment of a permanent chief of police or upon the termination of Mr. Kleckner's tenure as town administrator, whichever comes first. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Respectfully, no.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
No.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, so now that we have a acting chief, welcome.
Thank you.
That was a
Chief
good
Allen.
introduction, don't you think?
Are you sure that you want to join this party?
Let me intervene before you ask him too many hard questions.
Okay.
But seriously, welcome, Rich, and congratulations on the appointment. Certainly offer you an opportunity to say a few words to the board and the public, and then I'm asking Acting Chief Allen to review the appointment of the student officers who also we need to get going on hiring new people at that level. So welcome again, Acting Chief, and feel free to make some comments as you see fit.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your confidence during this transition period. I look forward to it, and I look forward to working with everyone going forward.
Great, thank you. So who wants to, I
Why
guess,
don't you take us
describe
through the
the,
appointments, Rich, please?
Okay, so we have 4 student officer candidates currently. The first candidate is Genti Spagahi. He's a 24-year-old male who resides in Brookline. He's originally from Kosovo, but he's lived in Brookline since he was 3. The applicant's a graduate of Brookline High School in 2015, and he graduated from University of Massachusetts in Dartmouth with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice studies in 2020. He's currently employed in the security field. The second student officer candidate is Oscar Rojas. Mr. Rojas is 21-year-old male. He grew up and currently resides in Brookline. He graduated from Brookline High School in 2018. He's currently finishing his certification as an EMT, and he's currently employed as an HVAC technician. The third student officer candidate is Kevin Lawler. Mr. Lawler is a 25-year-old male, resides in West Roxbury. He graduated from Dedham High School in 2018 and served in the U.S. Marines from 2014 to 2019. Received numerous citations and decorations during his military career. He is currently employed as a facilities maintenance person at William James College. And the fourth student officer candidate is Frankie Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez is a 28-year-old male who resides in Rosendale. He graduated from Milton High School in 2011, served in the U.S. Marines from 2016 to 2021, received numerous citations and decorations during his military career. He is currently a full-time student at Curry College working towards his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Those are the four potential student officer candidates.
Great. Any discussion before I move the language? John and then Bernard.
Yes, and welcome, Acting Chief Richard Allen. And I swear I did not know that you were going to pop up onto the screen when I said I wanted the public to get a chance to meet you, but I'm glad you did. I wonder if, again, just for the benefit of the public, so that people understand kind of what we're doing here, could you just quickly describe what's next for these candidates and then what's next after that?
So they're going to be entering the academy, which is being held at Northeastern. It's a Boston and Cambridge recruit academy. They'll attend the academy. If they successfully complete the academy, they'll become probationary police officers in Brookline, and they'll have a 1-year probationary period, and they'll become full-time police officers.
Thank you very much.
Bernard.
Yeah, well, you have two officers who are from Brookline. That's great. But I remember years and years ago, I've been on the board for way too long, we would get indications of their racial background. And that's always helpful in terms of really understanding how we're diversifying the police force. And I think the last time we had officers up here, we had information on their racial background, just for our information. Could you provide that?
The first candidate is from Kosovo, and the two Hispanic officers. That's the make, and a white male officer. That's the makeup of the four candidates.
Yeah, I think someone may have asked in a previous meeting, that that information be provided in the memo that we received. So, just for future reference.
I'll send it over.
Any other comments or questions before I move the language? Seeing none, I will move approval the request to appoint 4 student officers in the Brookline Police Department. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Next, we have interviews for the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. We have an opening now that Michael Zurob moved out of town. So we have 3 candidates to ask questions here tonight. Devin, who's first up?
First candidate for interview is going to be Ronald Wilkinson. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
Evening, everyone.
Good evening, Ron. If you want to just say a little bit about yourself in about 90 seconds, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Okay, I did write a little bit of a statement, and I think we'll take 90 seconds.
Great.
I believe that a Brookline that is a safe, welcoming environment for everyone must include well-supported, genuinely trustworthy, and generally trusted law enforcement that is grounded in a deep commitment to serve and protect everyone who lives in or visits our community. especially those who have been traditionally marginalized in our society. Creating and sustaining that kind of law enforcement requires, I believe, at least three things: recruiting and retaining personnel who are genuinely committed to the mission of inclusive serve and protect law enforcement. Two, providing infrastructure and standards that give such personnel the tools to actually fulfill the mission. And three, our supporting positive, caring, accountable relationships of law enforcement personnel, both directly with our community members and with our partner public services. I also believe that if given the chance to do so, a substantial fraction of existing Brookline police personnel would be proud to serve in the kind of community-grounded, true service and protection for all police department that I am envisioning here, and that we can fill the ranks with the others we need, provided we lay out an intentional, well-developed, committed, clear, and widely understood path for doing so. By serving on the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, I believe I can play a significant role in making the vision I have outlined here a reality. So I think most of you know that I served on the police. I actually applied both to the Police Reform Committee and the Reimagining Task Force because I thought I could make a contribution in either capacity, and I did serve in the Reform Committee, and I found the work very meaningful. I found reconciling the commonalities between the Reform Committee and the task force to be very, very important. And I believe there is a lot of potential to create essentially a great police department with strong community support in Brookline if we go about it in the right way. And I'd like to be a part of that. My background, I've been an information technology professional, and I've lived in Brookline. I've been a Brookline resident for 30 years, homeowner resident for 30 years, and I'm very committed to the town.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Any questions for Ron, my select board members? Bernard.
Well, I know enough about Ron. I don't need to ask him a question. I just want to make sure the board is aware of the fact that on the Reform Committee, Ron was, very, very helpful in many, many ways. But one thing was he came up with the idea of the app or whatever it's called, where people can give comments about their interactions with police. And, I've been reading those comments, and let me tell you, it is an incredibly useful tool that the select board as well as management can use to deal with big issues, but also little small issues, that are easily dealt with, but and minor, but are big irritants to the population. So I just want to give a shout out to Ron in that respect.
Great. Any other questions? Let me try to come up with something.
Can I add that Ron's wife was on the task force, and maybe a question is, how did that go in terms of giving you sort of insights into your role on the PCAC if you're elected?
Oh, and very interesting question.
Yeah, actually, she's already been very supportive and said that if there's any kind of background research or supporting research that needs to be done, she would be happy to jump in with that.
Great, a twofer. Well, thank you very much, Ron. I know that we're all fairly familiar with you from your work on the Reform Committee, so we won't be making an appointment at this meeting, but we will be in touch when we do.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Judith.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble getting my video working, and I'm not sure why.
Oh, there you go.
There I am. Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you about my interest in serving on the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. I was told that I should speak for about 90 seconds, and I'm happy to do that. I've sent a copy of my resume, which I hope you've received. As you will see, I retired last July after 25 years as a judge of the Massachusetts Superior Court, having served as the Chief Justice of that court since 2014. I've lived in Brookline for some 35 years. My husband and I raised our 2 children here. We were active as parents in the Pierce School community. And both our children graduated from Brookline High School. But the ethical constraints of the judicial role prevented me from the kind of community involvement that I would have wanted to have over the years. Having now retired, I'm free to serve the community, and I'm eager to do so. My interest in this particular committee comes from my experience as a judge, which has given me familiarity with police practices, with the concerns and pressures that police operate under, and with the experience and the concerns of members of the community who interact with police, especially those who have at times felt treated less than fairly, and also with the law on these topics. As Chief of the Superior Court, I was involved in the development of the trial court's policy on discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, as well as the complaint and investigation process on those topics. And in certain contexts, it was my responsibility to receive complaints, to oversee investigations, and to reach resolution and take appropriate action. As a judge and as chief, I believe I developed a reputation for fairness, for listening openly, and for seeking ways to resolve conflicts equitably for all. And that's the approach that I seek to bring to this committee. And I will say that I do not bring a particular agenda. I don't view myself as an advocate for any particular constituency. What I seek to contribute is fairness and openness. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I'd be happy to discuss any questions you may have.
Well, that was impressive and a lot. I'm sorry. Any questions? Miriam.
Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure how to, do I call you?
Call me Judy, please.
But you've earned the respect, and so I want to give it. But I guess here's where I sit in a system that has been so unfair. If you come at it with a blindfold, then all you do is perpetuate the unfairness. And so because you bring up that you want to be very fair, I really want to dig a little bit and know how you fall on that. You know, we are dealing with an inherently faulty system, right? When you look at the data. And so how do you do fairness in that system? It's a complex question. So I realize you may not be able to really answer it, but.
Well, I don't see fairness as blindness. Those are very different things. Okay. Fairness in my mind means you listen carefully to everyone. You consider everyone's perspective. You look at facts with an understanding of how facts might look differently from different perspectives. You look at facts with an understanding of how somebody who has a certain kind of life experience may see facts differently, may experience a situation differently from someone who has a different kind of life experience. So fairness does not, in my mind, mean blindness at all. What I meant in saying that I don't bring an agenda is that I wouldn't view serving on this committee, I wouldn't come to service on this committee with an idea that I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate for fairness. I'm an advocate for a system that is fair to everyone. And I listened to Mr. Wilkinson, and I suspect he and I don't disagree on much. The kind of police department that he described, I certainly would agree that that's the kind of police department we want to have. I doubt many people would disagree about that. I, I'll stop there.
Thank you.
We do have another question from John Van Scoyac. You're going to have to unmute, John.
First time tonight. I think it's more of a compliment or just a comment to say, first of all, I'm just thrilled when I hear anybody say that they have decided that they want to sort of give more to the town, or that they've decided they have some time now and they'd like to use it to serve the town. So thank you very much for that. And I do want to also comment on the fact that one of the extraordinary things about Brookline is that this isn't the first time that I've known a former or retired judge to come forward to volunteer service to the town. So, you know, we are so fortunate that we get people of all manner of experience, and your experience is particularly appropriate for this particular assignment. It's also particularly appropriate for some other assignments coming up that I can think of. So I hope whether it's this or some other capacity, we'll be seeing you fulfilling your dream of serving as a volunteer on one of our boards and commissions, because I think we're very fortunate that you've applied.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We won't be making a decision here tonight, but we will be in touch when we do.
Thank you.
Teach someone to fish, you feed them fish for a lifetime. But if you teach them fresh pass.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Although that kind of made me hungry. So economic development presentation by our very own Meredith Mooney. And it is getting late in the hour, so if you can make it very short and to the point.
Good evening. That was my game plan. I'm going to really try to stick to the 7-minute presentation, keep things high level. So I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint here. So good evening. I'm Meredith Mooney, Acting Director of Economic Development and Long-Term Planning in the Planning Community Development Department. And I'm here to give an update on the 2021 Storefront Survey and the Coolidge Corner and JFK Crossing Rapid Recovery Plan. So some background on the storefront survey. This is something that we conduct every year. The Economic Development Division walks around our 8 commercial areas and takes inventory of our storefronts. Our methodology is very conservative, which means that if a storefront appears vacant, it's recorded as such, even if the storefront is leased and involved in the permitting process at the time of the survey. So we feel that this conservative methodology make sure that the vacancy rate more accurately reflects the community's perception of commercial storefront vacancies. And why do we track vacancies? Local vacancy rates and trends are tracked to assess the health of our commercial areas and determine whether any special actions or interventions are needed to preserve the health and vibrancy of Brookline's commercial areas and small business community. So the headline for the 2021 storefront survey is that storefront survey is currently at 12.5%. It increased slightly from 2020 when it was 11.9%. So you could look at this slight increase and the fact that, you know, pre-pandemic, the vacancy rate had been hovering under just 10% and say, you know, given everything that's happened over the past year and what our small businesses have been through, we're fortunate that it's not significantly higher. That said, 12.5% is still a historic high for the town of Brookline. As a point of reference, during the height of the Great Recession, our storefront vacancy rate was at 7%. So if we take a look at commercial vacancy rates by commercial area, you'll see that actually the majority of commercial areas had the vacancy rate come down over the past year, with the exception of Washington Square and Coolidge Corner. And Coolidge Corner, the vacancy rate spiked to 17%, up from 10.8% in the previous year. This chart takes a look at sort of hones in on the total vacancy rate and breaks that out into, you know, which of those were continued vacancies from the previous year, which were new vacancies that were sort of added to the tally, what businesses came in and filled previous vacancies, and if there had been any turnover in the storefront occupant. And so if we look at Coolidge Corner, you can see that there are some alarming spikes in tall bars compared to our other commercial areas, that is a reason for concern. So we're kind of zooming in again and doing a comparison of those, 4 different buckets of new vacancies versus continued versus filled over the past 4 years. And you can see that in 2021, which is the blue bar, you've got the increase in the new vacancies on top of an increase in the continued vacancies, with very few filled vacancies to help backfill that and balance things out. So the bad news is that that's a concerning trend. The good news is that we anticipated that we might find ourselves in this situation given everything that's happened over the past few years. So back in fall of 2020, we applied to be a participant in the state's Rapid Recovery Plan program. And this was a COVID economic recovery initiative that was rolled out by the state in the fall of 2020. And it was really focused on downtown, sort of Main Street commercial area recovery post-COVID. And Brookline was one of 130, 140 communities that participated in it. So just to give an overview of the process, so this was a project that was spearheaded by the Economic Development Division with the oversight and input of the Economic Development Advisory Board, as well as the Small Business Development Committee. We kicked off this process back in March of 2021 and finalized our plan back in fall, I guess late October of 2021. And the process for developing this rapid recovery plan, which is focused on Coolidge Corner and JFK Crossing, which you can see here in sort of the scope of our rapid recovery plan focus area. There was a lot of data collection that was involved. We were assigned or matched up with a plan facilitator who helped us walk through the data collection process. We facilitated several focus group discussions with different business organizations, different representatives from businesses and neighboring communities, people who patronize Coolidge Corner, JFK Crossing businesses. We also hosted a community forum to get some additional feedback. And then we got to work on really developing projects that would address the key needs and priorities that were identified through that data collection and kind of qualitative data collection process. We had the opportunity to consult with a bunch of subject matter experts to develop our projects. And there was a lot of best practice research that went into the development of the project or our rapid recovery plan. So this diagram is an attempt of sort of visually conveying the dozen or so projects included in the rapid recovery plan and how they seek to address kind of the several points of focus that the Coolidge Corner Rapid Recovery Plan projects want to address. So that would be enhancing the level of activation and aesthetics of the Coolidge Corner area, building additional administrative capacity, hopefully through the creation of a business improvement district that would provide sort of a backbone district management entity that would be able to continue these initiatives to enhance the activation and aesthetics on a more sustainable basis going forward. So the projects that you see here are included in the plan. The plan is included on the Economic Development Division's website. We also have kind of a cheat sheet because there are a dozen projects. And so we've broken it out for a quick reference with the project title, what aspects it seeks to address, estimates for costs, and how long we would think it would take to implement those projects. So that is a very quick overview and status update of where we're at in terms of addressing this concerning trend in Coolidge Corner. And Economic Development Division, our focus right now is executing Coolidge Corner and JFK Crossing rapid recovery plans. And at the moment, that really involves identifying and applying for available grant funding. So this is funding at the local, state, federal level, and we're also exploring private foundation grant resources as well. We're also supporting the advancement of a business improvement district in Coolidge Corner. This was something the select board took up, I think, back in 2019 and gave the indication to staff that this was a worthwhile priority and could be a really valuable asset for our commercial areas, so that staff got the green light to continue to work with business owners who are interested or really championing the creation of a bid to give them whatever they needed in terms of the town side of things. And I'm also happy to report that in late 2021, the town also received a $25,000 technical assistance grant to work with a business improvement district consultant who will be able to quarterback bid formation efforts in Coolidge Corner. And our bid consultant is actually Ann Burke, who was our plan facilitator for the Rapid Recovery Plan and who we've been working with on an informal basis over the past couple of years on the Coolidge Corner bid project. So we're very excited to transition to the next phase of that initiative. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor the storefront vacancy rates just to keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on in our commercial areas. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm happy to answer questions or pull up the PowerPoint if people have questions.
Great. I will recognize Miriam, but in a second. So I worked on these plans as part of my day job for 4 different communities. So I'm delighted that we took advantage of this program. And with that being said, Miriam.
How much, and maybe you don't know the answer to this, but how much do the rents in these areas contribute to the store vacancies? And is there anything we can do about that?
That is a great question. I don't think we have good data on current rent levels. You know, occasionally we'll have conversations with the commercial realtor community, get a sense of where rents are at. I believe there was an initiative, and Karen might be able to provide more background on this, where the town had offered to work with the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association to get that data so we'd have a better handle on it. And we just didn't get the level of participation and feedback at that time. That was several years ago. We did have this discussion. I kind of gave the Small Business Development Committee, Economic Development Advisory Board a preview of this presentation. And at our conversation with the Small Business Development Committee earlier today, members did sort of share information that they'd heard in talking with other Coolidge Corner businesses that high rent prices is certainly a contributing factor to that.
John.
Thanks so much, Meredith. Yeah, I was fortunate to be able to just sort of sit in on, excuse me, on that meeting earlier today, and it was very eye-opening. And I guess I got to admit, a little bit discouraging in that the impact on our retail operations, our commercial areas. Coolidge Corner is just one of them. You know, there's the Village, there's other areas as well, St. Mary's, you name it. It's been profound, and there are store vacancies popping up that are in greater number than I think we've seen in a long, long time, and even bank storefront vacancies, which, you know, was a few years back that everybody was saying, "Oh my gosh, you know, why is it that every new operation in the Coolidge Corner is a bank?" Well, guess what? Now we're losing some of them. So I think we've got our work cut out for us. And I just want to kind of make the point, which probably doesn't need to be made, that the use of ARPA funds or the use of funds from any other sort of grant sources to revitalize our commercial areas or to find ways to bring some business back to our commercial areas is money well spent. And we need all the good ideas that we can summon at this point. So people need to get into this process as much as possible and contribute ideas. But also, you know what, people need to shop. They need to shop. They need to realize that we've been very fortunate in Brookline to have some thriving commercial areas with some great business people, and they need us now. So, you know, let's do our part by getting out there and enjoying the benefits of some of the terrific retail operations that we have in town, and especially restaurants as well.
A lot of people don't like to talk about how much they are paying in rent. So when we encountered this issue, when I was doing these reports for our communities, we typically went to commercial real estate brokers to try to get information. They actually really know the market pretty well. And even before COVID, I remember shopping at Poppy's Dressmaking on the corner, and also Cause to Pause before they left Coolidge Corner, and both owners complained about the rents. This was 8+ years ago, so I'm sure that it's even worse now. Raul.
Thanks, Heather, and thanks, Meredith, for this. We got a preview of the presentation earlier today at the Small Business Development Committee meeting. I want to add a little bit of context to this too, and also reiterate something that Miriam asked about. So first of all, some churn is good, right? So we want to have some natural churn because we want new businesses to come in, and that's okay. And the only way that we're going to have a more diverse mix of businesses than we currently have is for there to be some churn. So not every vacancy is a quote unquote bad vacancy. The other thing is that the build outs take time. So I was thinking about I was trying to remember when we approved essentially the licensing for the ramen spot that's going in the old Pete's Coffee in Coolidge Corner. It's been a long time, and they're still working on the build out. They've got some nice signage up in the windows, at least, that kind of thing. But it takes time from the moment we, sometimes a lot of time from the moment that we approve, license or business and when it opens. I also remember the ice cream spot, the New Zealand ice cream spot over in JFK Crossing, that we thought it opened in the winter. So it's open now if you want to go check that out. But those take time also. One of my big concerns, and I mentioned this to Meredith before, is about those vacancies that are just chronic. I mean, that have been vacant for years and years in some cases. Think about the old, I think it's Flipside Records that's by Anastasia on Beacon Street, which is now also closed. I think that thing's been vacant as long as I've been in Brookline, as a decade. That thing's been vacant. And so, how we address those long-term chronic vacancies, I think, is a real essential issue. We don't have, it seems, enough incentives, or we don't want to do penalties if we don't have to, but we either don't have enough incentives or enough punitive measures to make sure that chronic vacancies are filled. Add to that the fact that there are some places that went online just prior to the pandemic. Think the storefront that's connected with the building next to KI that opened at where that building became available at a really inopportune time, and others like that too. So I think there's more to the story here than just the rents are too high, but let me also add the rents are too high. What it provides is a really thin margin for businesses to be able to have the runway they need to build a customer base and then to succeed. And at present, we have very little in the way of levers to control, rents, free market. There are certainly, for some property owners, they would just rather wait and perhaps write off the vacancy than fill it with with whoever is coming forward. And so it's a real issue, especially with the chronic vacancies, that we need to try to employ more levers. And I hope we can have more conversations on the Small Business Committee and then bring some recommendations to y'all. The other thing that I think we really should be considering moving forward, particularly as we think about the redevelopment of spaces that are on municipal property, is whether or not we want to have some public ownership of commercial space, much in the way that we have affordable housing, to be able to have affordable storefront space for locally owned small businesses. And then that's something that we can do. Let's say if we built something out on the Babcock Street lot, let's say, as we've been talking a lot about at the Small Business Development Committee, doing some significant redevelopment of the Center Street lot, which is a heat island for folks who drive into the area, essentially, that we really should be thinking about public ownership of commercial space, everything from storefronts to kiosks, and everything in between. And so let's just make sure that we keep that as part of our conversation, so that we can, despite what's happening in the commercial markets out there, we can still retain some spaces that small business owners can actually afford to operate in.
Any other comments or questions for Meredith before we move on to our next topic? Thank you so much, Meredith.
Just one quick thing to add in. The rent issue is certainly important. It's something we do hear a lot about from businesses. But what's been very interesting to me throughout the Rapid Recovery Plan development process is that the survey feedback that we received, the conversations that we're having, it's largely focused on maximizing the value of the public realm to benefit storefront businesses, commercial area vibrancy, help to deliver a customer base and foot traffic that's going to help keep businesses thriving. So absolutely, you know, and it's a complicated issue. We had a conversation with a property owner earlier today, and the issue of property taxes for many retail spaces per square foot doubled over the past several years. So that's a complicated issue. There's a lot to unpack there. But certainly if we're looking for in the Economic Development Division in terms of prioritizing requests for local ARPA funds, seeking out grant funding at the state level, we're definitely looking for projects that are going to help make those improvements to the public realm in our commercial areas that we've been talking about for the past several months.
I know this board is very eager to hear what your department comes up with.
Yes, we're working on it. We're going to get them to you
Great.
ASAP.
Excellent. Thank you so much for making yourself available, and thank you so much for sticking to time.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Okay. So moving on to another item, I'm not sure if board members recall about a year ago, a Collins report said, provided some recommendations on how we might be able to optimize our Select Board Climate Action Committee. Currently, I co-chair it with Werner Lohi, who I see right here. And we have, 12 members or so? And it's been in existence since about 2008. But we have some vacancies. It's led to some quorum issues, and the Collins report helped us to try to figure out how this body might make a little bit more sense going forward. So I want to give Werner an opportunity to say something, and then Jesse Gray has put together a proposal for us to consider, and I'm sure there may be other people who wish to speak. If that is the case, either let me or Devin know in the chat so that I can try to orchestrate this whole thing. Werner, do you want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Werner Lowy, and I'm here tonight only speaking on my own behalf. But I was one of the 3 people who drafted the document 13 years ago that led the Select Board to create the current Select Board's Climate Action Committee. And it was structured essentially as an advocacy group, a large committee with designated members from other groups such as Climate Action Brookline, Green Space Alliance. And during these 13 years, it accomplished a lot, but mostly from uncoordinated warrant articles that were put in front of town meeting. And that structure, we think, has outlived its usefulness. Brookline needs to turn from warrant articles to real action. We need a process that starts with the Select Board and provides hard information, and then policy leadership, and finally a real mandate for real change. Instead of a broad advocacy group, we need a group that's structured for action to do the hard work of recommending specific policy and action to the Select Board. And that means what we need is a small, tightly focused, hardworking group. And I believe that its size is absolutely critical. So let me just say a word about that. Well, all the social science research from Harvard Business School or wherever else says that groups need to be small to be effective. 7 is the maximum effective size. With 5 committee members in a new committee, plus Tom Barrasso and maybe another staff person in the room, this kind of new committee can really start getting things done. So let me, with that, turn it over to Wendy Stahl, who will talk about some other things. We'll hear from Wendy, and then Kathleen Scanlon, and then Jesse.
Hi, I want to speak to the goal The goal is zero emissions by 2040. That's 18 years away. It's not a soft timeline or one we made up. It's the timeline that town meeting passed in Article 37 of spring of 2020. Zero emissions townwide in 18 years. That's the goal of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, to get us all to grapple with that. No community has figured this out yet. The typical planning process won't get it done. There's no roadmap. Brookline is out in front here. Achieving our goal means considering emissions right alongside the bottom line. It can't be delegated to one person or one department. It needs to be all of town hall. For too long, our climate goals have been disconnected from our policies or activities and our choices. ZAB can help create alignment between our goals and our actions. ZAB's job will be to find the policies that matter, to coordinate them across departments, and bring them to the select board in practical, actionable form. In short, ZAB will give this board the tools to be the climate leadership we know you want to be. Thank you for your leadership. Kathleen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathleen Scanlon. Like Werner, I am on the Select Board Climate Action Committee, but speaking only for myself. In 2020, the town administrator requested what became the Collins Center report. And that report was an organizational assessment of sustainability functions. And Brookline should be proud of the SBCAC and its accomplishments. But the Collins Center report made it clear that in order to reach our climate goals, we now need a body like the proposed Zero Emissions Advisory Board, staffed and empowered to craft concrete policy recommendations. We need a body like the ZAB to help incorporate these policies into a strategic plan and into the town's capital improvement plan. We need a body like the ZAB to be integrated directly into the executive functioning of the town. Finally, as suggested by the Collins Center report, climate action should be in the literal job description of high-level staff positions, and ZAB can help ensure this kind of accountability to upholding the sustainable values of the community. After waiting a very long time to speak tonight and hearing all you're grappling with, thank you, Select Board, for your leadership. And I'm going to turn it over to Jesse.
Great.
Yeah, ditto on that. The proposal that we have before us tonight would recast the advocacy-focused SBCAC into a policy proposal-focused Zero Emissions Advisory Board that we're calling ZAB. As envisioned, it would be small, as Werner mentioned, 5 people, and integrated into the executive functioning of the town with 3 tasks. First, drafting the town's climate action plan to make sure that the plan is good. 2, maintaining it, and above all, actually executing on it, ensuring that we all together execute on that plan and achieve our climate goals. So how would it work? How would it actually work? First, this committee would meet regularly with the highest level staff in the town to review policies, programs, and projects related to the climate action plan before they're presented to the select board or town meeting. Second, the chair of the ZAB could facilitate quarterly climate action plan conversations among the town administrator and department heads to track progress and coordinate policies. Third, in writing and revising the town's climate action plan in consultation with the town administrator. And this would be for annual reconsideration by the select board. And finally, actually reviewing progress on the climate action plan in the annual town report. So I hope this board will be able to act expeditiously, because I think there has been a lot of input over the last 18 months and time is short. And finally, I just want to emphasize that, as I'm sure this board understands, the best that this kind of a committee can do is to provide this board and town meeting with the most impactful options to give you the tools to be the climate leaders that we need, not only in Brookline, but in the larger Commonwealth and in the country. So thank you.
Great. So I will say a few things, and then I would like to hear from Tom Barrasso, since he is our staff person that staffs this particular committee and it affects him the most. We've received a couple of emails from either members that are currently on the Climate Action Committee or just concerned residents about I think we all agree that it needs to change. We just may disagree on what that outcome looks like. So I promised them that we will not vote on this tonight, to allow us to really understand those concerns and see whether or not this proposal should incorporate those concerns, or if another body should be created to address those concerns. I remain pretty open. So with that being said, Tom, do you want to say a few words?
Sure, thank you. Good evening, everyone. All of these concepts sound very interesting and definitely would help out, I think, my newly created position. So the tools that I need are definitely actionable items that fall within a parameter of less sort of advocacy and more sort of impact, which I think everybody is driving forward. So I agree with what's being put forth. I did read those emails this morning or this afternoon that came in, and I thought there was a lot of good ideas in there as well. So yeah, I'd like to integrate some of those concepts into the overall model as well. So I think a technical focus to the group would definitely help out the position that I'm in, and any interaction that we can have that involves the other departments, which I do meet with, mostly DPW and facilities, but across the board, I think that would help get everybody on the same page.
Great. I see Mel had his hand up.
Sorry, I just wanted to express my support. The Collins Center report was referenced a few times, and as you remember, that was a very difficult time for the town when we were making a transition in the position in our first position that was dedicated for this. And it was important, I think, to take a broader look at it, and that's what the Collins Center did. And so we are trying to systematically adopt those recommendations in the Collins Center report, and this is one of the remaining big ones. I know Werner and team have asked me many times to get on this and to provide the kind of proposals for some of the reasons you've heard earlier in the meeting. Really busy, and I haven't been able to do that. And I want to say thank you to the group that took it on themselves, working with Tom and others to put this proposal together. I really appreciate it. Sorry that we couldn't have worked closer together under the circumstances, but I do support the proposal. I love the focus of the zero emissions. I think that really puts into focus between staff and the committee really what we need to do to achieve that. And I also have read the comments, and they're all valid. My feeling is we've got to start, and I think we should start with this proposal.
Great. Miriam?
Thank you. First, thank you, all of you, for your work on this. I think it's very important work, and I agree. I think, having been on a lot of committees, you really want to get something done. You have to have the right people sitting on the committee, and not too many of them. That being said, one of the comments was, this position is missing. And so I just want some clarity that, let's say you need an engineer's input. I'm assuming you can invite that person to give their input, even if they're not sitting on the committee. But I just want to be clear that that is something you have anticipated.
Let's hear from John first, and then let's answer that question.
Thank you very much. I want to say, first of all, thanks very much to the Select Board's Climate Action Committee, which has been around for quite a few years, and has done quite a lot. People who are participants in the Green Up Energy program in town owe that to the Select Board's Climate Action Committee. They owe many of the initiatives that were undertaken over the years to the Select Board's Climate Action Committee. And so those members tonight, thank you so much. And those members of the Select Board's Climate Action Committee who have some questions to raise about this proposal, please raise them, because as has been said by others, I think this is, I'm aligned with those who have said we should do this. And yet at the same time, that doesn't mean this is all we're going to do. And if there's ways that we can combine this with some other initiatives, that's what we should do as well. But this initiative is extremely important. And so I want to thank Werner. I want to thank Jesse, Kathleen, Wendy. Am I leaving somebody out? Everybody who's here who has sort of put this together. This says climate action is going to be an action item. It's not going to be something we just talk about. It's not going to be something that we debate about, and then maybe there's a proposal that somebody has the initiative to offer by petition to town meeting. No, it's going to be sort of job one, part of the top priorities for Brookline town government. And because it's a top priority of Brookline town government, we are set up, we are geared up to get the best expertise, to get the most energetic commitment, and to line up that expertise and that commitment, excuse me, with our top staff, our town administrator, and our sustainability director. And it flows down from there. It flows down through the departments. It flows down to the streets in terms of what you see result from the decisions made and the priorities set as a result of the creation of this zero emissions advisory board and everything else that sort of goes with it. So Brookline is on the verge of something pretty important here, and I'm very pleased to see that there is a real consensus forming around this, that this is what we want to do. And in that consensus, we're going to have to make sure that our next town administrator is very much on board and anxious to show his or her chops as a leader in addressing climate change. There's one thing I want to add, which is I think all of us have what I call our inner Greta. And I think you know who I mean by Greta. And it's that voice that says, you know, we all talk about doing something about climate change, but we're not getting it done. We've got to get it done. And that's what this is all about. We're going to get things done as a result of this change. And that's what this is all about.
Raul?
Hey, thanks. You know, I think this is very good. This is heading in the right direction. I do think that I saw, you know, feedback that came into my inbox that is worthy of consideration. I'm glad to hear that we're going to have the time to take a look at that and see how we might be able to update the charge. You know, generally speaking, I think you know, I'm confident with what I see right now, but I'd like to see some of that input included. The other thing I'll just say is this is I really would love to see some mention, particularly in the membership, around environmental justice. And I think that that we cannot move forward with such an important body on such an important issue without having someone, doesn't need to be their only area of expertise, but someone with a strong area of experience around environmental justice that's making sure that the things we're doing to do the right thing aren't in some ways doing the wrong thing in other places. You know, I think, for instance, you know, I know that I think it's when I won't be on the board anymore, we're going to take up this issue of whether or not as part of the new contract, we want to have the default option for the Brookline Green program that John mentioned be 100%. I'm actually generally in favor of that. And at the same time, I know that that there are some folks that you know, for which that's going to significantly increase their energy costs, and that would be a burden, right? So I think we need to make sure that as those discussions are ongoing, it doesn't mean that everybody else on there won't necessarily have that lens, but to build that into the composition of this really important board, to make sure that there is someone who is always thinking with that lens and making sure, even as we do the things that we feel we need to do as urgently as we need to do them, that we're thinking about what that means for the folks that are most disproportionately impacted whenever we do anything policy-wise. And so I would just, I would love to see that in the next iteration of this, as part of the membership, at least for one of the members, a deep focus on environmental justice.
Great. Any other comments? I'll give it back to Jesse to answer Miriam's question about the technical background, and maybe you can address what Raul just spoke to with respect to environmental justice.
Sure. So with regard to expertise, we are never going to have all the expertise that we need to solve climate on one committee. It doesn't matter how big it is, if it's a workable committee. By analogy, there's a half a dozen or so people I'm aware of in town who are actually disconnecting from gas and electric retrofits. So they're kind of like the house tinkerers, the house tinkerers. And I'm among them. So I disconnected from gas a couple months ago. But in order to do that, I consulted HVAC experts, electricians, plumbers, and I didn't know how to do any of this stuff myself. So the committee will have to do the same thing. And then, yeah, I mean, equity is really important. It's particularly important because the effects of climate change will be borne, we know, by the most vulnerable. So actually addressing it is probably the number one thing that we can do, but in the process of addressing it, we have to make the world a better place. So I think that it's a very important issue. It is hard, I think, to constrain the membership. So I wonder, there's probably a variety of ways we could commit to working that in to this kind of a plan. But I'm interested in thinking more about that.
Great. Again, we will not be voting this week. We will try to incorporate some of the comments that we've gotten. Any other comments or questions? We have 2 more agenda items before we can adjourn this evening. So I really appreciate your hard work on this proposal, and hopefully we can get something that everyone is happy with and vote on it promptly. Thank you so much. Okay, turning our attention to home rule petitions. I see our town clerk, Ben Kaufman.
Hi, moderator, and thank you to you and the board for bringing this forward. Our 3 home rule petitions that were passed at the special town meeting in November. So all 3 of these home rule petitions need to go through this board to be approved before being sent up to the state legislature.
Great. So these are, again, things that have already been approved at town meeting. So we just vote on the language. How do we want to take this, Ben?
I will defer to Devin, who I believe has the language that I believe she shared with this board. But the language simply needs to be voted on and approved by this board so that it can be sent off.
Okay. Devin, should I just read from the script?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Any questions or comments by select board members? You can see that I'm kind of anxious to eat. Seeing none, I will read the language. Question of approving the filing of bills to allow the following home rule petitions as a result of town meeting action. Select board delegating licensing authority, very near and dear to my heart, hybrid town meetings, and in-person quorum exemption. All those in favor of those 3 home rule petitions to be sent to our state delegation for filing, please vote aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I appreciate your work on this, Ben. Last agenda item, I didn't anticipate to be so controversial. Ben, do you want to just kind of describe what this proposal is? And I'm sure you've seen some of the traffic. I forwarded you at least one of them, and any proposal change that you may have.
Certainly. So every year in January, the select board sets the date for the annual town election and for the annual town meeting. The town bylaws specify that the election should be held on the first or second Tuesday in May. So it is my recommendation that the board set the date for the town election as May 3rd, 2022. And linked to the date for the town election is the date for the annual town meeting. For the past few years, the town meeting has begun 2 weeks after the town election. So with this knowledge, the town moderator had approved a recommendation of May 17th for the first night of town meeting. So that is the proposal that was made by the clerk's office and by the moderator. There was conversation about what date made the most sense for the town meeting itself. There is nothing in the bylaws that would prevent the town meeting from being a week later. Historically, there have been times when there have been 21 days between the town election and town meeting. Since 2018, the town meeting has been 14 days after the town election, with the exception of last year when the Jewish holiday pushed it to 15 days after the town election. A lot of the logic for that move was to ensure that town meetings work could be concluded before both people head off on holidays over the summer, as well as avoiding running into potential conflicts with holidays in June and the deadline to get the budget finished. But there are also many arguments for pushing it later, namely giving town meeting members, especially newly elected town meeting members, time to get up to speed on what is going to be debated at town meeting.
So the most compelling argument that I found while reading the thoughts of fellow town meeting members is that we just underwent redistricting, and that is going to mean that a lot of people are kind of getting shifted around. It's not your usual May local election. So I could be convinced to go with the 24th. But wanted to hear from other board members. We have customarily done it 2 weeks later. However, I do remember getting newly elected and having to bite off town meeting, and it really was like trying to drink from a fire hose. So, Raul?
I'll just say my inclination is to agree with you. I just wanted to hear from either Mel or Melissa to hear about whether or not that would put us in a bad spot in any way. If the answer is no, then I think it totally makes sense to give us a little bit more time. I've always thought it was too quick after the election for people to get up to speed on everything that's been happening. I know that we would hope that everyone reads the warrant, that's running for town meeting in advance, but we all know that's not happening. And certainly the ability to tune into all the meetings that are happening while you're running for office is difficult. So, if we've got an extra week to play with, I'd love for us to be able to do it, but I just want to hear whether or not that's okay by Mel and or Melissa.
Yeah, I think that's totally acceptable. I would just recommend that you bump out the opening and closing of the warrant because that's typically tied to the number of days before town meeting. And, it also would give the town clerk a little bit more flexibility having, the first election under this new redistricting plan just gives him more time in case there are issues that come up after the election that he needs to address.
Have we already voted on the opening and closing dates of the warrant?
That's what you're going to do tonight. So we've got a schedule currently. We would just look to bump it out a week.
Got it. Okay. Oh, so efficient. I love it. John.
I just want to say that anytime we have Mike Toffel and Sandy Gadsby jointly urging us to do something, we better do it. So I'm going to vote for this departure from the usual schedule.
Okay, I'm detecting a consensus on this board and no objection by staff, so I'm feeling pretty good. Plus, it's not even 10. Any?
Don't jinx us, Heather.
Oh, I know, I'm about to vote. Any other comments or questions before I move this language?
So I would just want to clarify that. So the warrant would now open on the 10th of February and close on the 10th of March. And then town meeting would start on Tuesday, May 24th. And just to note that the 26th is not an available date because the high school has a conflict on that date.
Okay, I'm sure we will work around. So I will move the language about the annual town meeting, setting the dates for the 2022 annual town meeting and town election with the dates that Melissa just referenced. And that includes the opening and closing of the warrant. Okay, great. Omnibus. No, I'm doing the vote right now. Okay. So all those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Is that all of our business tonight? 9:59.
Just under the gun. Under the wire.
Okay. Thank you all very, very much. We have a lot to chew on from public comment and some of the issues brought
dinner.
up. And I can't wait to eat.
What's
Okay.
for dinner, Heather? What's for dinner?
Peanut M&Ms.
Yeah. Did y'all see me making spaghetti for my daughter sometime around 8 o'clock?
Okay.
Okay.
Come on over.